Hello, hello. We'll do the intros in a couple of minutes. Oh, look at that. A lot of messages. Oh, it's all Jasper. I like armadillos, says Jasper. That's a little bit out of left field. The stand that I've chosen, the bottle upon which you rest, it's a coffee jar. I'm going to swap. I'm going to swap for a different one. The glass one, surprisingly, is the least sturdy, or least stable. So I've swapped you to a plastic sugar jar. Let me scroll. Armadillos, that came out of left field. Fed up, why can't search videos that are not American? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Can't stand videos that are snobbing middle classes bragging about how good their lives are. Most are Americans. Mike's still looking for his phone. No, I found my phone. I think it was Tuesday night, folks. Here's what happened. I tried all of the Google find my device type stuff. They've got like a device hub or something they call it. Tried that. That didn't work because, do you know why it didn't work? My phone was set to do not disturb. But bizarrely, Tuesday night I have an alarm set in case I want to go live at 10 o'clock. So it's something like 9:30, 9:25, something like that. The alarm goes off. Where was the phone? Off the side of the bed and underneath. Now, there's not a lot of underneath with my bed. It's two double mattresses, one on top of the other. I've mentioned that many times. But the bed frame it sits upon is quite a large single frame, an adult single frame. And then next to it for the dog, there's like a child's single frame. All child frames are going to be single, aren't they? But at the top end of the bed, the dog tends to be halfway down. She's in the bottom half of the bed, kind of most of the time. But the phone has somehow gone off the right hand edge and then under the bed. And this alarm went off on Tuesday night, and I have recovered my my phone. I also found the other missing item that I described last week, but we won't go into detail on that. Maybe sound check. Yep. 2 minutes, 1 minute. Okay, that was a countdown Jasper was doing before we got here. Many days of boring YouTube. 2200. Luca. Hola, tia. I've done it again. Hola, tio. It's the art on the end of hola that throws me. Sorry, mate. Did you find Jasper asks outright, did you find piss pot? That was the other item that I wasn't going to mention. Yeah, I found it. What I'd done, I had like a clear memory in the end of what I've done. I've come out in the morning and emptied the receptacle of which you speak, and then I've put it down next to where I empty it while I adjusted the solar panels that I'd set up the night before had blown around a little bit in the night. They'd moved in a breeze and one was overlapping the other. So I'd put this thing down and these things I put it down while I did that, and then I've just gone back inside and totally forgot where I put it. And despite looking in the right area, I didn't see it until 3 days later, maybe. I'd already made a new one by then that was much more solid and sturdy and much better. So yeah, we're up and running, folks. I have found my the urine receptacle. The mystery is solved. It can now be thrown away in an appropriate manner. Yeah. So tonight, folks, I am drinking, as most times, I've got Emmed Brow lager, and I've got cold coffee. That wasn't even on camera. I've got 2 cold coffees, but I am sat right next to the sugar and coffee jars if I need more, or if I want more. I decided to sit outside tonight because, oh man, it's been so hot through the day. It's been so hot through the day, so it's nice to get out here now while it's a little bit cooler and there's a little bit of a breeze. Although for respectability, I have had to put a t-shirt on. I spent the whole day inside, kind of topless, and walked the dog. I think I walked her at like 6 this morning, and every time I've walked her, I'm trying to walk her every 3 hours or so now. It was every 4, but she wasn't making it, and she was lying in her own mess, and that wasn't doing her any good. So I'm now trying to do it more often to avoid those repercussions. But it's hard work. Walking her 8 times a day, getting up 2-3 times in the night. Okay, Juneteenth, the Emancipation Proclamation reached Texas, which I think was the last place it reached, quite some time after it was actually made. It's also, for my Swedish friends, hello to any of my Swedish friends who might be watching, it's Midsummer's night, Midsummer's Eve. Tomorrow is Midsummer's Day. So what they do in Sweden, this is the most celebratory day and the day and night. This is the feasting, and they do a maypole type thing, dancing around. I guess they won't call it a maypole because it's not May, but in England we would call it a maypole. And they do all they have specific foods that they prefer on these days: pickled herring and strawberries and cream, I believe. My Norwegian friends, they celebrate their midsummers in about a week's time, just under a week's time, I believe. And the same night, the Spanish do San Juan, where they light bonfires and jump through them, and it's supposed to get rid of your mistakes and what you've done wrong so far in the year, and be a fresh start for the rest of the year. So that's San Juan in Spain. It's technically next week will be St. John's Eve or similar is a one name for, or St. John's Feast. That's the name for the Norwegian Midsummer. But tonight is Midsummer's Eve, and tomorrow Midsummer's Day, which is a more family orientated quiet day for my Swedish friends. And I do have Swedish friends, and I do have to thank my Swedish friends, because one of my Swedish friends is a regular contributor. I keep saying he, but they're a couple. Sven and Anna, thank you for all that you do in this direction. No, it's pickled, not it's not the fermented. I don't think it's the surströmming. I think that's a different thing. Yeah, the surströmming is that's an acquired taste, I'm told. I still want to try it. I was Swedish. It is Swedish tonight, I'm told. But Finland also have one any day now, and I don't know when. Are you saying that's today, Ismo? Congratulations, or I don't know what the correct, not honorific, but what the correct celebratory statement would be. Happy Midsummer to my Finnish friends, whenever that is. I do have my tablet here. All I can afford is my love, brother or cousin. Yeah, okay, that's no problem. Just being here is enough, Mark. Let me try and enter my PIN without. I got to say, I didn't type Finland Midsummer in. Nah, I missed it. Or the N. I keep catching the space bar when I'm supposed to be hitting the N. I have fat fingers apparently. Finland Midsummer 2026 is this weekend, 19th to 20th. So it's Finland's and Sweden's. Technically the Midsummer Day is the 20th, but this is the Midsummer Eve. So for both Sweden and Finland, I don't know whether it moves around. Sounds like it's a movable feast. I'm not quite sure why Norway goes separate, But yeah, pole dancing, not that kind of pole dancing. Mark asks, what is my favourite book? My favourite book I have mentioned many times on the channel. I even started to read it out once upon a time. I got to the chapter that had the N-word in, and I was in a quandary whether to read the version with the N-word or not. And then my phone broke, and so we never got there. 3 Men in a Boat, and as a follow-up, 3 Men on a Charabanc, however you pronounce that, which is like an early car with benches, like an early minibus, but with literal benches in it. So that was a Charabanc. Those 2 books. You've also got, in a similar vein, Diary of what's it called? Diary of an Unknown Fella. And then for even more humorous, was this G.K. Chesterton? This was something like The Man Who Knew Too Much. It's like a Sherlock Holmes, but with comedic elements. I might have the title totally wrong there. It's been a long time. But those are some of my favourite. I do like kind of humorous, comedic, turn of the century, 19th into 20th. So 120 or 30 years ago. Around those times, I like those. Steady, steady. Can you see? Oh yeah, you can see my lights. I opened my sombrilla, my parasol, and hung the lights out of my bedroom, the fairy lights. I hung those under it just for a bit of added atmosphere, just to treat you. I've heard the book Bill Clinton wrote about him up to becoming president is a can't put down book. Possibly. What was he called? Slick Willie or something, wasn't it? Slick Willie? Nothing ever stuck. All the scandals never stuck. I wouldn't know how truthful his book would be, given the Epstein connections, Pizzagate and Epstein. If you believe in those things, then I'm not going to go off into a big conspiracy theory channel. We've had those. I haven't seen Keith here yet. Oh shit! I didn't do the link. I can hold on. I can bring that up over here, can't I? And pin it. Just give us a second. I did everything well, I made the stream about 3 hours ago, but then I tried having my nap. Didn't work. But then I just sat there and couldn't get going to bring everything out and publicize the stream and do all the bits. Let me jump on my own stream, turn it off quickly. Oh hello, there's a dating website advert. They advertise them as over 50s women and they're all in their 30s. It's how do I get to me quickly? I'm not in my own. I didn't get a recommendation from myself. Oh, I couldn't find my own stream earlier. I went into my channel like I normally would, and I clicked on live, and it normally shows me upcoming streams. Oh, here we go. It is here now. Now that we are live, it's here. Let me click the button and quickly silence me. Yeah, I quickly silenced me. Now I've got to find Jack Attack's post, and I've got to pin the message. Okay, message pinned. That's a job done. Thank you, Jack Attack. Where would I be without you, my friend? Penniless. Nobody would be donating. Are you on a dating site? No, these are just adverts on YouTube. I guess they just know that I'm a single bloke somehow. I don't know. Oh, I get a lot of gay ads. Dating men in your area and just no. Most of them are scams. I don't do dating. I've never done a dating website. I've never done online dating. I think I once filled out like the application. And because I'm not technically divorced, I entered the it's complicated option, and they just said fuck off, come back when you've got divorced. But that was the only one I ever tried, and obviously I never got anywhere. No more Illuminati. The light bulb. Oh, live chat all messages. I'm only on top. Fuck, I am only on top chat again. Fuck, I am so bad at this. Everybody, you want to go into chat options and select live chat all messages, or whatever it might be called on your version. Top chat will hide a percentage, which means I now have to scroll back, see how many I've missed. Ismo says he's not celebrating Midsummer, only a little. A few beers maybe, Ismo. You can come down here tomorrow if you want, my friend. You're always welcome here. Herring must open. That was the herring, smelly herring, the surstrumming. I don't think normal pickled herring is surstrumming. That's more rancid. Rainford's Brew Lab was a. I saw you saying that you'd seen a YouTube Boost channel. I hadn't seen the name. David, hello, David Schofield. You see, I missed you again. I don't know what this is about. Your sound is good. Are you in the N? You're hovering on the N or double tapping it or something to get the tilde above it. But yeah, sounds should be okay. There was Luke Benidorm arriving. I know he calls himself Luca there, but he is Luke really, I'm assured. And there was Jasper's stream of consciousness right at the beginning. Although I did just see someone saying hello Delta Mike. Oh, that was Mark arriving. Juneteenth, yeah. Just don't get me saying the words, because that will upset the Juneteenth bunch. I'm not saying the words. Not tonight. Camping Alliance member. You never heard of the Camping Alliance? Me neither. Oh, are you a Stealth Camping Alliance member? No. There's nothing stealth about. Oh, Mark might be. MC Mc Happy Camper. If there is such an alliance. If that's. Oh, that was Mark asking Jasper. Sorry, I'm getting confused. Hey babe, what are we barking for? Why are we barking? No. I have not so far. I haven't done my intro, and I haven't introduced you to my glamorous co-star, who isn't quite so glamorous this week. She's picked up a little injury through lying in her own mess. Possibly my fault for not taking her out 6 times a night. Here we go, babe. Yes, Tina. Hey, babe. You got your water? Have you finished it? No, you've not finished it. You've still got some waters. Hey, babe. Don't drink too much. I don't want you doing wee-wee in the bed all night. Hello, you. She lost some hair. Whoa. She lost some hair around an area where she'd been a little bit matted and what have you. But I don't think there's any actual kind of flesh wound or anything. I mean, it won't have done her any good. But I think as long as we keep it clean, I may rub some alcohol rub in if it starts to look bad. But I think she got stuck. She got stuck to stuff and I think it just took some hair out. I think that's what it is. If it gets any worse, I will. Initially, we'll go with soap and water, then we'll go with the alcohol rub. And if we have to, we'll go to the vet, but I don't really have the money. That with the Temu fund gone. The Temu fund's going okay, folks, for anyone who hasn't asked, because nobody has asked so far. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm trying to raise 40 or 50 euros to put in a Temu order. I don't know what I'm going to buy yet. The one main idea that I have is some kind of swamp cooler air conditioning type thing, just to see whether that works. Put some cold water in, have a fan blow over it, and see whether that does anything. As it's getting hotter and hot. Oh, hot, the heat. There's a theme for the week, yeah? We're on, what are we on through the day now? We're going to hit 27s and 28s any day now. There's talk of possibilities of 40 degrees within the next few days, but that's not confirmed by weather forecasts yet. But that's on the possibilities for France and Spain, and nights that stay well above 25. Which is why at the minute I'm sat out here in just a t-shirt. I have brought my thicker polo shirt out with me. If I do switch to that, I will not be putting that over the top of this like I did last week. I will be swapping one for the other if necessary. But yeah, no. Why is it welcoming me to live chat? Camping Alliance member, never heard of them. I like Fell Wanderer. Hold on. I like Fell Wanderer Camping Channel and Steph Dawson, but don't like Blot Outdoors. I don't know any of those ones. Lots of YouTubes don't make any more videos. Hold on, that you subscribe to. Has it started jumping already? Did it just jump on me? Mark posted a picture. Because I posted a picture of a light bulb spray painted on the side of a train on a stealth camp. Someone I knew said, "Oh, that's a sign of the Illuminati." Oh, that's nice. I've heard that name. Tramps and hobos have certain codes and certain symbols and things that they will chalk onto pavements and fences and gates and things. Meaning different things, but I don't know that one. Fabrizio steps in. Welcome, hello everyone, everybody, everywhere. And he says cheers to Jack Attack. And to me, and he says welcome Delta Force Mike. Welcome Fabrizio, my friend. I will say cheers. Oh, look at that. And Gary steps in as well. I will say cheers with the last drop of this first can. And then I must take my rubbish away tomorrow. I think I've got 1.5 bags of rubbish out here, and I do have a big bag of rubbish ready to go inside, ready to take out from inside the tent. Big bag. Let's finish that off because I've been drinking it for about 1.5 hours, and it's very. Oh, look at that! It landed in the bag. It's very warm. These ones have been sat here a little while now. They're not as cold as they were when I took them. My fridge is struggling with... Well, I was experimenting with eco mode, and it just isn't cutting it. I got it set as the aim is like -3 or -4. And it ran for 2 hours and was on +4. Which... It's alright for refrigeration, but I've got some things in there that are supposed to be frozen. I've got some frozen veg that I want to keep frozen. I don't want it to keep defrosting and refreezing. That's possibly okay with veg, but you wouldn't want to do that with meat. Hold on, what do we got here? I see light bulb made by monkeys. What are we going here? Light bulb around my neck I always wear in case darkness. Yes, they put rocks telling how many people are in the house. Also they draw markings on the walls. It's hobo petroglyphics. No H. Yeah. They also, if they're malicious, they'll indicate if this is a good house to come and rob, and if what times there's nobody home. They have all sorts of codes and signals. Yeah. One of the first houses I moved into here had this strange bit of tape wrapped around, like the concrete post, two bits of fence going off from it, but this tape wrapped around it, and I left it there because I didn't think anything of it. And then one day I've got a guy sticking his arm in through the window at night. I almost snapped his arm off, but yeah, I was sleeping on the sofa on the settee, watching TV, and this arm comes in through the fucking window. I grabbed it, but then I tried to run around, get the door open, get over the fence, and he was an athlete. He'd kind of gone before I was barefoot as well, didn't help. But yeah, I was shouting after him, "I'll fucking kill you if you come back." Yeah, I always wondered whether that piece of tape was a marker. Cheers, folks. Oh, look. The pinned message is back to the top of my screen. That's interesting, isn't it? It was pinned at the bottom of chat previously. Only for a little while, last few weeks. Jasper says light bulb made by monkeys. I don't know where we're going there. Always carrying an LED on my neck. Oh yeah, load shedding. The regular power cuts in South Africa. I don't know why I was about to say America. That'll be next. California. They can't keep their power on through summer. Every time lightning hits the ground and starts a fire, they start turning the power off. But that's a separate issue. Now yours is more on rotor, as I understand it, Gary. Turn it off for 3 or 4 hours at fixed times of day, so like 4/5 of people or 5/6 of people, whatever it might be, have power at any one moment. But don't you just run out, buy an EcoFlow and charge it up while the power's on, and then use that while the power's off? Mark McHappy Camper is subbing to Jasper. That's his reviews. Although he did a sheep, I haven't watched the sheep video yet. He did do a sheep video, I think yesterday, maybe the day before. But his review videos are of an interesting format. Mr. Brown, where are my shoes? There's a reference totally lost on me. Arthur Brown got a new song. Arthur Brown, Scottish comedian or not? Where was the phone? Oh, you're not here, Jack. The phone had fallen off the bed so I do everything on the left and Tina's on the right. But I must have put the phone like down on the extra blankets and the waterproof blankets and things that I've got there. It's fallen off and gone under. And it's like the only place on the bed where you can get under. Under the bed is a bed frame. Under the double mattress there's a single bed frame, and then there's a child's smaller bed frame at the bottom end. And there's this, like 1/2 meter square or whatever at the top end, where there's no bed frame under it. And that's where it fell. And it was only Tuesday night. My phone has an alarm set in case I want to do a live stream, wake me up kind of thing. I didn't want to do one anyway, but I was in two minds. But I'm sat there watching the tablet, and then the phone starts going off, and I thought it must have run out of power like days ago. My phone is really bad on power when it's doing anything to do with phone or Wi-Fi. But I had it on do not disturb mode. It didn't react to Google's Find My Device hub or whatever that's called. Didn't react to that, but an alarm set on the device just started chiming away at 9:30 on a Tuesday afternoon. And I went looking and I couldn't find it. I couldn't see it. Hand under the bed, and there it was. I wonder what else is down there. I'll have to have a look one day. Pull back the 2 mattresses, move all the sheets out of the way, move the dog out of the way, and pull back 2 mattresses. Probably won't do that until we empty the tent, which might not be as far away as I was hoping, but that's... I can't repair this hole in the roof, this rip. Every time I try, it gets too windy and I can't stabilize it, and stuff doesn't stick to it very well. I want to at least, so one end has run and has hit a seam. I still want to tape that little bit so it doesn't run along the seam, but I want to at least get a square of tape on the end of the current rip so it doesn't run all the way across. From there I can try and tack the middle and then the quarter and the 3/4, and then maybe try and get something across, but only if I can get the tape to actually stick properly. And that's the combination of the wind and it being an old tent and things just not sticking very well. I've also got rips occurring in the door now. I've had a few already where I've patched them, and you can see those little stretch mark, kind of stress mark lines that it gets. They're now starting to pop through. If we don't get any rain over summer, I'll survive, but you always get rain over summer. So then the question is, what's my strategy for surviving? Like if we get a torrential downpour in the middle of summer. I got my 2 picnic blankets that I can turn upside down over the bed. I do have one final tarp that I can put over, but I can't do it on my own, especially not these days while there's kind of a wind. The wind is kind of sporadic, sometimes it's really still, and I think about getting the tarp out and trying to do it one man. But this thing's like, I think, what is it, 5.5 meters by 3 meters, or 5.5 by 2.5. That's a lot of tarp to manhandle when the wind can come up and at you at any time, and you've got all these prickly bushes around. So if you don't get it right, you could knacker it before you've even got it on the roof. Maybe I'll get a friend to come round one day and give me a hand. You still there, Smooth? Jasper's not done any camping videos, but maybe got no tent. Hold on. I thought you had pig pens or whatever they call those. You had those domes for were they for pigs or just for the sheep? I'm not sure what you did. You were telling me to buy some once upon a time. The crazy world of Arthur Brown. I am not aware of this phenomena. Unless it's the Scottish comedian from the 80s, the alternative comedy fella. Hold on. Where do I search YouTube or do I search Google? Crazy world. That's not an L. Crazy world of Arthur Brown. Let's see whether I can type in a straight line. I did indeed. "52 videos, 981 subscribers. That doesn't sound like the guy that I'm thinking of. Oh, look at that. What's that? What's that makeup? That's worse than Alice Cooper. What's going on there? Now it's trying to sell me a music app. Suno. Was that an AI music creation app? Okay. What the fuck? This is definitely not the Scottish guy that I was thinking of. No. Just no. Doesn't look like my kind of thing, just to look at. But yeah. And then Gary in South Africa has baked beans. And then Jasper says jacket or baked potato. Mike, you need a Glock 19. I'd fucking happily accept one. I prefer a long gun. You know, if you want to get me a Heckler & Koch MP5. Is it 5 or 4? MP, I think it's MP5. Get me a fucking submachine gun. How did we? I don't know how we got onto Glocks, and I've got no idea. Jack says bottom here. Bottom. Rick Mayall and Ed Edmondson, or something else. I've no idea. Or are you talking about your sexual proclivities and what surgery you're waiting for? I've got no. Jasper says lightning here. My beans are not baked. Okay. Beautiful weather over by here near Chicago. Yeah, you're a little bit south, aren't you? St. Paul? No, that would be. No, it's not, is it? No, I don't know. Your city is called St. something or other, or your nearest city. Fire Arthur Brown. No, Mark said hi, Tina, good girl. She's a good girl, except she's lost. We've lost synchronization. When I take her for a walk, she doesn't do what she should do. And then I bring her back, and half an hour or an hour later, she does it on either her pads or her newspaper, whatever I've got her settled on. I'm trying to save, we've only got so many puppy pads. Now the puppy pads are absorbent, like a baby's nappy. She could probably carry on laying on those and not hurt herself, not you know, if you lay on urine too long, it breaks your skin. It's not good. If I had more puppy pads, but I'm using newspaper, and I'm about to reintroduce an old towel that we used to use a while back that I washed out. I guess it might be a question of layering. I've even tried washing out these puppy pads, which kind of sort of works a little bit. Maybe I can buy puppy pads on Temu when I do the Temu order. I don't know. If I could buy like a fucking 100 weight of them. Jasper was at Falmouth, and so Arthur Brown and Hawkwind. Okay, we know what type of music you're like now. Fabrizio's been on a phone call. Welcome Gary, welcome Jasper, welcome Maccabi Camper, Mark, Ismo, David. I got no pig arcs. Okay, I thought, wasn't it you that told me to get them? I looked them up because you said. I thought that meant you had some. Where do your sheep sleep? Do you not have something similar for the sheep, or have you got a barn, or do they just stay in the field? I don't know what sheep do. Prickly bushes. Okay. That's not what you're talking about, says Farmer. Could you use a lighter on the end of the ribs to stop it spreading, melt the ends? Oh, like you do with paracord or whatever. Ooh, I don't know. Could you do that without setting the whole thing on fire? How big's the risk? It's an idea, I guess. Could you do similar without doing it with direct flame? Could you heat up a spoon to be hot with a lighter and then put the spoon on? I wonder. I don't like the idea. I don't like the risk of setting actual fire to the fucking tent. I've got a tarp. I can just cover the rip might not matter if I can just cover the whole roof. The rip becomes kind of irrelevant through summer, more or less irrelevant through summer. That's my preferred choice. Now I have put tarps I have put large tarps over the tent in the past, but it was a ball ache involving tying tying a line to one end and a rock and throwing the rock over the other side, and then pulling it and adjusting it and coming back this side and coming back that side. And it needed a really still day, and we're just not getting, I don't know if you can hear, if you can hear that noise, that's partially wind, the other side of the trees, partially the wind and partially waves. You see here, we're sheltered here by this big bank of trees, well, two big banks of trees, but we're still catching a breeze. So yeah, it's a little awkward. I don't know. My preferred option, I need the remnants of the tarp that are on this end need lifting up 3 or 4 inches. And it has gone very, I keep using this word, frangible, where plastic becomes, I haven't got a better word, have I? You just put your fingers through it, you touch it, you pull on it, it just falls apart. Fragile, I guess, I don't know. But frangible is just a better word that I know, so I use. I need to lift that up a little bit and protect this downslope, because there's a big slit across the bottom where the rain could come in. If I can maneuver that up, and if I can cover the whole of the roof to the bedroom, I'll prioritise my bedroom. I'll start at that side and work forward, and if it doesn't reach this end, tough shit. That'll mean like my spare bedding and some spare clothes and some things will get wet if we get really, really bad rain. It's a big if, but I can, again, I can put one of my plastic picnic blankets, plastic backed picnic blankets over this end and have one over the bed, like I've done in the past. I've done videos in the past with big storms where we got, you know, quite an inundation, quite a lot of water ingress, but we survived, and I'm off the ground now. So unless it's an actual flood that's kind of 6-inch deep, I'm going to be alright. We'll get through it. And the aim, like I've said all along, is to put the new tent up in late August, early September. That turning point, summer to autumn. Hopefully before the big gota fria comes, that's the big rainstorms that come. You get them in spring and you get them in autumn. We haven't really, I guess we got them early this year. They weren't really in spring, they were still in winter. It's only a few days, folks, until summer starts and the nights start drawing in. 21st, yeah? Is that Sunday? That'll be Sunday, 21st. Yeah. Cheers again. Can you tell I'm not really in a coffee mood tonight? I think I've touched it yet. Scrolling. He did a song called Fire back in maybe 1966. I know of let's jump to the bottom. Oh, here we go. I know of a song called Fire that sounds like that kind of thing. But, oh, look how far back I am now. It's saxophone. My dog. How is your dog, Gary? He had an injury and a collar of shame. I might have to get mine. Whoa! Fuck, it's gone. Hold on, wait a minute now. The parasol just took off. Can I scroll back without you being behind me? I can, I can. 2 seconds, folks. Where's the piece of concrete it belongs in? Oh, it's still there. The wind was picking up a bit. did say the wind was picking up a bit. I might have to put this down. Well, if I put this down, where do I put the lights? I was quite enjoying the pretty lights. Does it survive? It survived. Every time I put this down, I have to repin the end caps of every one of the spines, whatever they call them, an umbrella or parasol. If it blows over again, I'll put it down. For now, I'll assume that that's a random. For now, I'll assume that's just a random event, a one-off, a freak gust. No. Oh, oh fuck! That's even taken the beer off. Oh, you bastard thing! Phone, beer, everything. Oh fuck! Okay, that's going down. Hold on, folks. I just lost a can of beer. That's the fucking most important thing. Oh, it's totally empty. Unless that was the already empty one. Is there a second can? Oh no, I threw the other one away. Well, that's... Whoa! I think I just turned the phone off, no? No, I didn't. I cut the volume button. Oh, I don't know where the... Hold on, folks. The light came over. If Farmer's still there, the lamp got me. The umbrella knocked the light over. The light got everything. I don't know where the phone stand is. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Well, the Broly's going down. I don't know where I'm going to put the lights. I might have to just turn them off. Fuck. Well, that was eventful. 1 minute. Maybe 2. Oh. What do you say, Tina? Did it get you, darling? I hope it didn't get you. Oh, it's in the right tangle. Oh, it's got tangles right in there. Hold on, wait a minute now. We unhook there, and pull through there. Oh, it's just the battery box. There we go. I got you. Hold on, wait a minute now. Whoa. There we go. Now, if I put that back in its stand, will it stay there while it's not on? Oh, well, I have to take it apart. Oh. Hey, you. I've got a very wet leg. A beer flavoured wet leg. What am I going to do with this now? I think I turn it off, do I? Or can I put it? Can I just put it there? Will that be visible? Probably not. No, that's not good. Turn it off. Okay. Well, it was a nice idea while it lasted, eh? It just wasn't very fucking long. Now I've got a wet leg. I've lost a beer, which is, you know, I guess I'm going to have to switch to coffee. Cheers, folks. That's dribbling down my chin, and the wind continues to build. And those two planets have moved on, haven't they? Although the moon is bright where they might have been. That might be one of them. I don't know, who knows. Right, folks, let me get my hand dry and not full of beer or coffee or whatever's going on in a minute. Oh, let me also plug in the phone, which I unplugged, I think, to show you Tina. To show you my doggy darling. Can I closer? I don't know if I can. I maybe could, but then I might not be able to reach my drink. Where are we? Low, high? Is that too high? That's too high, too much glare. Oh, that new position might not work. Glare on the glasses, maybe. I'm not sure, folks. Unless I can... No, I can't. I'm going to put that back. I'm going to put that back where it was. I don't even know where it was. Can I get it back where it was? It was... it was roughly speaking over there, but not quite. Right, well that was an adventure, wasn't it? Oh gosh, where am I? I see Smithy arriving, but I've got to work back. I'm Richard Mayo. I would have gone with Rick. Okay, and Edward Elizabeth. Eddie Hitler. Okay, these are these character names? I'm scrolling backwards. Welcome all. I'm gonna have to take that down. That's not even gonna stay up, and it's collapsed. Pin message still bottom here. Okay, for real viewers it's on the bottom. Okay. Not in the tent, Mike. You got enough troubles without having a pistol. Sometimes. Is that you? Is that you? What's that for? Okay. Why are we... What are we... I've only just walked here. What are we whimpering for? Have you done something? Do you need moving forwards and out of it? I don't know. I can't see these lines. Or are you about to do something? I can't walk you again. I can't walk you again. Not so soon. Okay? Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. And chat has probably jumped. Pin message still bottom. Gavin Ultrea. I'm gonna go. All the best from Sierra de Madrid. Another Scot. Okay, we've got some jocks in the house. Alex Cooper probably got it from him. He wears makeup. He does indeed, from what I can see. Fire back in '66. Okay, I'm back to where Jack was asking about using a lighter on the tent. I'm not sure about that. But hello, welcome Gavin. Pin message still bottom here. There was Smithy arriving. Hello Smithy. Watch all live button videos, Ed Edmondson and Rick Mayo. They are hilarious, and especially when they break out a character, or when they fluff their lines and start laughing, and yeah, while they're on stage. Here's Farmer reminding people, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing. Mark's a guitar player. If you've not checked out Mark's channel, folks, if I haven't added it already, I'm going to add it to the friends of the channel list in the descriptions. I'm not sure if I have or not. I intended to, but I'm a little bit slow sometimes. Wooden house, maybe? Joined to my eyes. That sounds like a song reference or something. Joined to my wagon is the sheep house. I go back to Dreiecken, that's mein Hut. My dog reminds me of a sheep when he snores, lol. That's something I'm going to miss when Tina's not here. just that sense of another body there. It's not going to be long now, folks. But we won't dwell on that. One for the master, one for the lady who lives down the lane, and one for the master, one for the little girl who lives down the lane. Maybe. Sounds a bit pervy now that I say it. But spoons can be used for many things. Yeah. Mixing your heroin with lemon juice and sucking it up into a... Shut up. No, I don't know anything about these things. Possible with something very hot, says Jack, yeah. Jimmy Page Theremin. Oh, the Theremin, that's like the Star Trek theme tune fucking machine, yeah? And also, what's it called? Leslie Nielsen, Planet, what's it called? Forbidden Planet. I got that. And no, I didn't see any chat. Where are we going here? I Hot Woman. Lady Fox. I need thinner fingers for typing. Yeah, me too, mate. Of that tune, hey, bro. I don't know any of it. I'm not a rock or heavy metal or whatever. Mike, maybe, hey, a hot tent. It is a very hot fucking tent. Before the thermometer broke, we were hitting 35 degrees inside, and it's only got hotter. It's gonna get even hotter. I like Rick J's washing up gloves as pants. AIDS using saw. Are you feeling sore? Are we talking about bottom still? Jay's washing up gloves. I can just about get there with the misspellings and what have you. That's pants. Age. I don't remember. It's a long time. I should download them. If I haven't already got them, I should re-download them. Rambling song above. We keep getting these weird vibrations in South Africa tonight. Can feel the ground and house shaking. Well, that would be an earthquake, or maybe you've got some mining activity or something going on underneath. If not that, then either earthquake or thunderquake. We looked up thunderquake. I think it was me and Jack Attack once upon a time. But thunderquake's a thing. I was laying on the ground, and when we had thunder, I could feel the ground shake, and I was convinced that must show up on seismometers. And I only had the phone at the time. I don't think I had the tablet. So Jack looked it up, and thunderquakes are a thing, and I just think it's the most amazing word. Thunderquake. Seismometers, seismologists, seismographs, whatever that machine is called, they discount it if it only appears in one or two isolated areas. If it's not felt further afield, then it's local, like a lorry driving past the seismograph, seismometer, size whatever. But also thunder and lightning. I'm going to open this ultimate. This is we're 1 hour in, folks, and I'm already opening my last. I only brought 2 out. But I'm wearing most of the other one. I guess I should wait 30 seconds. And we can do I was already top of the hour in real life. I was just late starting by a few seconds. Cheers, folks. Top of the hour. Every time I pick a can up, My hands are too wet to operate the phone. What's that? Is that street? Oh, okay, it's the light behind me. I thought that was my that there. I thought that was my fairy lights still. And I'm thinking, no, I didn't. I turn those off. I did. But we've already got some fairy lights in the background, folks. You didn't need the addition of these ones. Okay, I haven't done. We're 1 hour in and I haven't done the intro yet, if I remember correctly. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your eponymous hero. Oops, knocking the phone. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps rough on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. And I would show you it, but you're probably not going to see it. I'll give it a go. I've got to unplug just here. Hold on. Reverse the camera. Turn the flash on. How much? Here's some field. There's a washing up, a drying thing in a field. There's some more field and some garden furniture in a field. There's some field. Over there's a tree somewhere over there, but you can't really see it in this light. And over there's a tent, look. Oh, and there's some tree and behind me some tree. And down here there's some dog. Hey babe. Doggy dog dog. Hello you. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, about 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of Murcia city, roughly, más o menos. I gotta be careful with this. I've unplugged my lamp. Oh, when it all fell over. Oh, when it all fell over and went tits up, which it just did again. Fuck. It's going well, isn't it, folks? It's going well. That's because, you know, when I moved the light and then I moved it back, it's not on an even keel. It's not got an even base under it. I gotta push some shit out from under it. That might have a better chance. But now I've still got to plug it in. And now the cable's wet somehow. Hold on. And I need the middle one of the three. USB-C, A to C, into there, in. I can't get it. God, I'm like a teenage boy. I can't get it in the slot. That's not why you're called. Is that in? I think that's in properly. Should have. I like Blast Fighter film tunes, says Jasper. He keeps mentioning things I've never heard of. I don't know. I'm happy to know they still attract the younger generation. Who do? What do? Better coffee, Mike. You stay up longer. This is just cheap instant. I was running low, so I emptied a small jar. I've got this big jar, but this isn't real. This is just cheap supermarket. This is the glass. The stuff in here isn't that. It's even cheaper. And there's a small. I had this, look. This was a glass jar. This was like your gold blend. This was the yellow stuff, you know, the light brown stuff. But it turns out if you put the light brown gold blend type stuff out in the sun, in a glass jar, it solidifies into a dark mass. This is the second or third time I've done this. I should learn. I should put them into something opaque rather than transparent. I'll put them somewhere out of the way. I've got a few different plastic jars. I want to fill some with I've got to fill some with rice and some with pasta and just I've got these drawers and these boxes. Once I put stuff away, I never get to it. So I need to treat those as like the bulk store and then replen into smaller containers that are more to hand. A little bit of warehouse talk there for people who have done logistics, but you know, don't worry about it. Better coffee, stay up longer. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about buying proper coffee, and again, one of those things that I'm looking at on Temu, if I do put a Temu order in, it's one of those things where it's a filter, it's a mesh in a cone shape that sits on top of a cup. You put your coffee grinds in and just pour hot water through. Or I could get a cafetiere, French press if you must. There's option, but you know, Tramp field. I drink most of my coffee now. In summer, I'll drink most of my coffee cold like this. Now, I could make like a 2-litre bottle of coffee and put it in the fridge and have it as like an iced coffee. And there's a couple of ways of doing that, isn't there? You can do that with the grinds and hot water through and then let it cool and then refrigerate it. Or you can just cold soak the whole lot overnight and go that route. So there's various options on these things. And now that I've got the fridge freezer, I do have to start eating some of this food that I've got though. Some of the stuff in the fridge freezer and some of the stuff in the bags on the floor. I'm still stepping over bags. I found some cheese the other day. Yeah, was it yesterday, the day before? I didn't know I had. I found some bread, some flatbreads. Give me another word. Tortilla. Flour tortillas, wheat wraps, whatever you want to call them. I didn't know I had them. I need to go through those bags. There's going to be some stuff gone bad, and I know there's definitely at least one orange gone bad in the bag, and I still haven't thrown that out. I haven't got any flies at the minute, which is surprising. We're very light on I mean, we get some because we're in a field, but we're not getting hordes. A few weeks ago, I was opening the doors in the morning, and there was a swarm of flies, and I never found a real reason, I don't think. Don't know. Scrolling, folks, scrolling. Go get your umbrella, close it first. Yeah. Storm in Spain. I've heard a heat wave. I haven't heard about a storm. Mary Poppins. Call blimey, Mary Poppins. Yeah, with the umbrellas and things. She's died down now. It would be fine now to have the umbrella up. It was a freak kind of few minutes, but I'm not putting it back up just because I'm not. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Does that mean that Mark's off to the loo? Europe is getting the storms now. We was just here in North America last week. I haven't heard about storms. I heard about a heat wave. 40, 45 degrees in some places in France and Spain. Not here. The sea protects. That's not the right word, but it cools the air around us. Sea and sea breeze. I haven't heard about storms. I'll have a look, but Gary says my dog has healed well. I used hand sanitizer on his wound. Okay, and it dried it out. Yeah, when I had my things last year, once I got some hand sanitizer, you know, I had about 12 open wounds on each leg. Caused by scratches and blisters and whatever, but then by the flies getting in there. That's what got them infected. That's what I was watching out for the last couple of days with Tina. To see whether she had a load of flies around her undercarriage, around her rear end, and she hasn't had. So I think she's lost hairs from there as she'd stuck to the newspaper and the pads and what have you. That she lost some hair. Maybe I wasn't gentle enough. Maybe I could have soaked it off first. Maybe there's a lesson there. I have now. So when I walk her now, and then I sit her down inside the doorway, and I put that side up for a little bit of air for a little while, for a bit of fresh air. But then I put a wet soapy rag, not rag, that's not the right word, a washcloth, a flannel a wet soapy flannel over that area. She seems okay. I haven't, it doesn't look infected. I've pressed on it and she's not wincing. There's no popping and pus coming out. But I'll probably will put some hand sanitizer on it just to, you know, just to make sure. But yeah, that, when I had mine last year, that turned the corner. Well, Karen also got me some medicated, I don't know what you'd call it, some, like a talc but with a medicated antiseptic or antibiotic or something in it, which dried things out, but it really sped up the healing when I put the hand sanitizer on. Really did. Dried up super quick. He healed within 2 weeks. Thanks for remembering that. No, I remember, you know, anything doggy related. I don't remember his name, but I remember that he'd been in a scrap with another dog, and the other dog was more aggressive, I guess. Jasper says I don't eat family. I'm hearing all. Close the umbrella, Mike said family. Well, I did in the end, as you've seen. How far behind am I? This is 22:46. And it's jumped right to the bottom. My daughter's taught me how Crayola candles make fire. They're a reverse candle, aren't they? With a wick on the outside. That's like spontaneous combustion. Look it up. Reverse candle or external wick. This is why if someone falls asleep smoking or something and it just smoulders and smoulders, their clothes and the fat in their body, it all burns away really slow. All the parts of the body that are fatty, and then you get down to like the ankles and there's no fat. So it goes out and you're left with just feet. And this was always like the hallmarks of spontaneous combustion. That the person burnt away and all you're left with is like hands and feet. I don't know about the head, but yeah, there's not a wick through the centre, but having a wick on the outside is the same thing. Let me scroll. I'm going to go backwards. It's a wet leg of beer, so you're okay. I mean, it is. Crayola candles work. And now for something completely different. A man with 3 buttocks. How did we get there? Garrett, olive oil lamp. What? Cresco in America? It's I don't know what. It's a cooking oil of some description. And you put a strip of cardboard coiled up inside. It soaks up the fat. You kind of lift up the middle a little bit and light it, and the cardboard burns really slowly because of all the fat, the oil, whatever the hell. I'm saying not Crayola. What did I say? I said it right first, didn't I? It's a cooking oil of some description that starts with a crisp. I said it once. Rewind. I don't know what it's called. One of my American friends will tell me. Check weather, Mike. Storm. Everyone's saying storm. Toss the evil lamp. Use whale blubber. If only I could catch one on my own. My fishing rods are not big enough, and I don't know how to fish. And I've got to look up Spain storm or something, or Spain. I've got no indication of storm. If I just type Spain weather. Where's it given? That just says, it doesn't give an actual location. Everywhere's sunny. Oh, Thursday and Friday have a little bit of rain in Spain. The rain in Spain falls, it used to fall mainly on me. Oh, look at that. 30% chance on Thursday night. Friday's okay until night again, or late afternoon. 30 and 40%. It doesn't look like much. I'm not seeing. Let me change it back to Torrevieja. I'm not seeing, honestly, I'm not seeing And the articles I've been reading were all talking about a heat wave. Torrevieja weather forecast. Sun and a little bit of cloud tomorrow. And then it's all sun until Friday when there's a little bit of cloud, and then Saturday a little bit of cloud. No, we're all good. We're all good. I don't know how bad the... Oh, look at that. Hold on. There is actually a 20% chance of rain next Saturday morning. So not tomorrow morning, but in a week's time. 20% chance of next to nothing. No, I think I'm okay, folks. I think I'm okay. I'm not seeing storms. Heat waves, maybe. Nighttime temperatures. Let me just bring that back. I should have looked while I had it here. This is my main worry. When the lowest point is 24 degrees, and that's just for 1 hour at 7 in the morning. Everything else is... Let me go all the way through the night. Give me a night time. Okay, from midnight 26 down to 24 at 6 and 7 in the morning. And then it starts climbing again as soon as you hit 7 o'clock. The sun comes up at like 6:15 or 6:30. 24 degrees is your low point for the night. I will be doing my utmost to freeze 2 or 3 bottles of water and cuddle cold water bottles. And for Tina, I've got a spritzy kind of, I don't know where it is. I think I know roughly where it is. I'll fill that with water, put that in the fridge and get that really cold, not frozen, but really cold. And I'll spray her down with cool water. And we can also do that with the bedding, I guess. As long as I've got enough cold water to spray the bed. At the minute, I'm kind of just lying on the mattress. I'm not even on the... I don't even know where the bedding's gone. It's kind of been pushed off the bottom of the bed and I'm trampling over it when I get in and out. Every time me or Tina get off the bed, it gets pulled that little bit more down that way. I'm just on the mattress most of the night. Maybe at 5 or 6 in the morning I've got this one blanket that I'll kind of just pull half over me, and within half an hour I'm too warm and I'm sticking legs and arms out, and that's when the mosquitoes get me, when the arms are sticking out, if I haven't had a spray around. I like to be careful. I don't like to use the fly spray too much because it's noxious, isn't it? And Tina's particularly, obviously a dog, particularly sensitive to smells and nasty chemicals. So historically in summer I'll go through 1 tin of fly spray, a large tin of fly spray. You can't see, can you? I go through 1 large tin of fly spray in about every 2 months. In winter I think 1 every 4, 5, maybe 6 months. But in summer it does get used more. You just get these periods where randomly, suddenly you've got 3 flies on your legs and it's just a get rid of the little fuckers. My tennis racket of death is broken. I can't fix it. Something's wrong, something's short-circuiting, something is just continuously sparking, and I'm not sure. I don't know if there's 2 wires that are touching. I don't know if there's a break in a wire and it's arcing. I can't work out what it is, and I did burn my finger at one point trying to work it out. I got an ouchie from the 50,000 volts or whatever the fuck it is that goes on in those things. I know it's not a lot of amps, but they're not healthy for flesh. Put it that way. Right, how far behind am I? I have to go back. I jumped to the bottom, didn't it? Water plants break. No idea. Did you find your phone? I did. I've told the story twice already. Have you heard it already? Tell me if you've not at the bottom of chat. I'll tell it again. But I've told it twice. But This was over half an hour ago that you asked, so. The lamp conspired with your umbrella. It does that, farmer. The lamp's always been a problem, hasn't it? Have you been in an accident that wasn't your fault? Are you an ambulance chasing lawyer? Sad jazz horn for the beer tune. Get in the tent, a storm coming. I've got a clear sky, man. I've got a clear sky. There's no indication of storms for Torrevieja tonight. Mary Poppins. Call blimey, Mary Poppins. He's happy, the dog is happy, doing well, and he's learnt not to taunt with the Alsatians. Okay, the German Shepherd. Yeah. Tina's terrible. For a dog that can't even stand up, she'll pick a fight with any fucking dog ever. Big black Doberman comes down the road and she's picking a fight with it. It's a really, really placid dog. If I meet this dog and the owner on their own, we're all fine. If Tina's with me, Tina starts barking at it and suddenly the bloke can hardly hold on to it. Is it a Doberman or is it the other one? Rottie. Is it a Rottweiler? Dobermans are more pointy, yeah? No, this is the more rounded snout and a bigger dog. I never remember which is which. I'm not a dog person. Have I ever mentioned this? I'm a cat person. Doberman, not a Rottweiler. Rottweilers are very pointy and sharp and more aggressive, aren't they? Have I got that the right way around? I think so. Close the umbrella, I don't eat far. I think I've read the Don't Eat Family. Shield well. I think I'm back to where I was. 2 shakes of alarms, okay. Jack attack, bandaged head. Mary Poppins, getting your tent storm coming. No storms in South Africa. Winter here now, very cold. How cold does South Africa get? I always imagine, because Africa, I just imagine very warm. I guess that's a naive, because like deserts get really cold at night, don't they? I just have this naive impression that Africa hot. I know you're south and it's not exactly equatorial. Have you been in an accident that's not your fault? What? Did I ever tell you about my car crash? Probably did. The evil lamp, yeah, got me. And this now, this was the stable. Why is this now? Hold on. We've now got detritus between the stand and the phone stand and the sugar jar. I did check the weather, Jasper. I still see no storm. That's illegal, don't do it. I don't know what that's in relation to. Olive oil, Crisco was the word I couldn't remember earlier, wasn't it? And now for something completely different, a man with 3 buttocks, Crayola candles, wet leg of beer. My daughter's taught me Crayola. No chat since then, or my chat's frozen. Let me go, I'll go top chat, and then I'll come back. Loads of chat after. Hold on, I gotta go back. What the fuck is a womble? Oh, you don't know what a womble is? Underground, overground. How's it go? Oh, underground, overground, wombling, something or other. The wombles of Wimbledon, common are we, making good use of the things everyday folks leave behind. I've missed half a verse there somewhere. They're a set of stop animation puppets that collected things on Wimbledon Common, which is a big park in London. The outskirts of London, SW19, And they were 1970s recycling, keep Britain tidy kind of advert, really. Yeah, great. They were all male to begin with, and then somebody had the idea of bringing in a female one. But of course, they brought in a female one, and she was, what was she, the cook or the cleaner or something, Madame Choulet. So the only female Womble was, so they wanted a bit of representation, and the only one they brought in, I think she was the cook, possibly a cleaner as well. That's a Womble. Look them up. Remember, you're a Womble. I'm coming back. I like Womble, said Jasper. The parasol incident of 2026, yeah. And now it's calm. There isn't a fucking breeze. I'm actually a bit too warm because there's not even a breeze. And yet, I've had the brolly blow over before, but it usually just kind of fell off. This blew over and did a somersault, and it was like the other side of the hedge. It's ridiculous. All flies land on a-holes. Okay. 6 p.m. for the Scotland game. 6 p.m. whose time? What World Cup? I haven't watched anything. I know nothing. I know that England won 4-2. That's all I know about the world. And Ronaldo didn't score in the Portugal game. That's literally all I know so far. I haven't found a way of watching it legitimately. And I don't fancy risking all of the viruses and stuff. That if I was to knacker my phone or tablet by going unofficial. I mean, I've got a VPN. I mean, I could watch it in Spanish. I could download a Spanish TV app and watch it legitimately. My Spanish isn't good enough. And their commentary's weird. When they do that whole goal, and they go on for like about 5 minutes shouting goal. What's the other one? They have another word, and half the time they use the same word for a corner kick and a throw in. It means to launch. Now you can say esquina for corner, but half the time they don't. They use this word that just means to launch. I can't remember. It's a long time since I watched football in Spanish. But they use the same word for a throw-in and a corner half the time. It's all a little bit weird. All flies are assholes. Is that where was it Jasper came in saying something about flies landing on assholes? World Cup Scotland drank Boston. They did indeed. They drank Boston dry. That's right. And the Bostonians have really taken to them. Just don't go to the loo in Boston. The gaps around the fucking doors, under and over and down the side. If you're in a cubicle sat down, everyone can just watch you. It's the most bizarre shit ever. That's not just Boston, that's America. But yeah. Tyson sends his love to Tina. Well, Tina says woof right back to Tyson. What is Bidalia? Is this Budlia? Maybe. Mike, you need a wooden pipe, an organic tobacco, and a rocking chair. I've never smoked in my life, and I don't intend to start now. Cigarette and electric bar fires, okay. Burn out after a few seconds. Camel, is that American? Or Turkish? Camel. Doesn't sound like it should be American, does it? I would have thought like Turkish or Moroccan, but I've got a feeling they're American. Okay, time for a glass of wine. That is a good choice, Gary. Aren't you Are you 1 or 2 hours ahead of me? So yeah, you're after midnight at least. So yeah. The water in Mallorca don't taste like what it ought to. Wasn't Lorraine Chase, was it? By Jove, I do believe she's got it. Was it Heineken or was it Carlsberg? It's the same era that had Hofmeister, if anybody remembers Hofmeister, who just follow the bear. But it wasn't Hofmeister. I'm gonna go Carlsberg, but I don't know why. It's a beer advert though, I'm fairly sure. I'm still scrolling backwards, folks. There was an incident where a lit cigarette combined with cotton cloth to burn an individual like a candle. If you heat cotton up first, it becomes like a char cloth, doesn't it? It's very easy to ignite. In fact, wasn't it used as a... It was used in firearms, wasn't it? It was like a gunpowder igniter. It was a char cloth, cotton. There's another word I'm looking for and I'm not going to get it. But it was a char cloth type thing. So when you put your gunpowder in the cloth, then you ram in your gun, then you ram this cloth down, and or maybe the other way around. Cloth, gunpowder, not bullet, but what were they called? Your projectile, your balls. You're all gonna have a go at me for that. What's the word I'm looking for? Early firearms, musket balls, I guess. So yeah, balls was correct. I just missed off the musket. They put a cloth down with that was similarly easy to ignite. A char cloth, probably. Don't know. I'm scrolling backwards still. No, it jumped. Where was I? Crazy Panda. No, it's 23:30 right now. It's 23:30 here in Spain and Central Europe. I believe the Republic of South Africa is an hour ahead of us. Hello, it's Gary. I'm currently in 2026. Crazy. Is this the same Gary? The timelines are messing with me. They would do. How many Garys have we got in here? I got a... Gary said be right back and then came back in as a different character. I need to know clip quickly. How am I 29 years behind? Welcome, George. Where's George? There he is. Evening, mate. See you next week. I arrive on the 28th. I will pop down to see you and bring a kebab. Oh, look at that. That's fantastic. George. When's... Hold on. Is that... Oh, I didn't mute that shit either. Barry. Okay, that's... Fat Gent, I think. Is he here? Do I see him? I haven't seen him yet. I've just got an alert and I'm sorry for not... Just give me a second, folks. I'm going to go and do the... It's not called mute. What's it called? Do not disturb. Apologies to my friends who are wearing headphones. I don't like it when you're getting the plinks and plonks. That's Barry. So I think, folks, I'm not sure... So I got 20 euros from my friends Sven and Anna. God, was that today or was that yesterday? I don't know whether to put the whole thing towards my Temu order or to put half. But I think I'm there or thereabouts. I've got either 40 or 50, depending on how you look at it, to put towards a Temu order. And I have started drawing up like a... It's not exactly a short list. My shopping cart is a long list. But then on Temu, when you go to place your order, you can keep things in the cart, but then you just select the ones that you want to buy this time and then place the order. So I might do that in the next week or so. So thank you to everyone who has donated towards my Temu experiment. What could a tramp do with 40 or 50 euros if he goes to Temu? What can I do to improve my life this summer? It's a one-off in summer. I might do one separate in winter if I'm still here. One was a fictional pointy-nosed furry creatures. Yeah. What are the other lot called? That are pointy-nosed and pink and live on a moon. I can picture them, I can hear them with the duck whistle. What are they called? Fuck. I'll get back there in half an hour and find out what the answer was if Jack's there to tell me. What year is it on your timeline? I'm still in 2026, but I still think that we've swapped, maybe not swapped times, but the Mandela effect and the Hadron Collider. The Wombles are very alien to me. They're ace. They were a staple of childhood in the 70s. You would watch the Wombles. And then I think it would be the news a little bit after. And the news was all about the fucking Vietnam War, which as a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 10-year-old, whatever the fuck I was, I didn't give a shit about. Death, death. The news was just death, death, death. Vietnam, Vietnam, Vietnam. Even the BBC News. I mean, we weren't even in it. No offence to anybody that was, but as a 5-year-old kid, I don't give a fuck. We had the Wombles and we had Magic Roundabout. But the Wombles, Bernard Cribbins, who was one of the Doctor's companions, Doctor Who, right back in the 60s, I believe, and then again in the 2000 and... When did it come back? 2008? Maybe 2005. But he was there again, wasn't he? He was Donna Noble's father, Bernard Cribbins. Right, said Fred, let's have a cup of tea. Bom bom ba dee 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 dee. Let's have a cup of tea. And also Jackanory. For a lot of people in Britain, their first experience of Tolkien was The Hobbit being read by Bernard Cribbins on Jackanory. Jackanory, Jackanory. Bernard Cribbins was ever present in our lives from the 70s right until his death in, when would that have been? 2016 maybe. Everybody died in 2016. Maybe we all died in 2016. Maybe that's why the fucking Mandela effect thing. If you remember 2016, I don't know if this was just a British thing. Everybody, all the staff, everybody died. Did George Michael die 2016? Boxing Day or Christmas Day or something? Everybody died in 2016. It was ridiculous. I think maybe we all did. Scrolling back, Jasper was asking Gary, what's your 20? That's what's your location in CB speak. He's about 40 minutes back. Aren't I always? I'm working backwards right now. 23, I'm up to, or back to, and it's now 23:39. So I'm 13 minutes in the wrong direction. Have I missed? Tell me if you see the fat gent. I don't see him. Did I? Hold on. Yeah, I am on live chat this time. I've had a donation and I don't see him. I don't know if I need to... okay, I'm back to World Cup. Damn, I live under a rock. It's a little outfit called FIFA. Yeah. Is it the biggest sports event in the world? or is it second after the Olympics? I mean, it dwarfs whatever that gridiron thing's called. Super Bowl. Okay, I'm back to Tyson sends his love. So I've caught up that way. I'm coming forwards now. We're gonna find out where I was. Teletubbies. Okay, Womble's a fictional potty-nose. Who said Teletubbies first? I've got Farmer wondering what that's about. The Teletubbies went international. The Teletubbies went worldwide. Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala and Poe. Come on! They came out and then Microsoft released Windows, was it XP? Or 98? XP. With the hill. There's a green hill in a field and blue sky. And it looked just like the Teletubbies set. Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala and Poe. And don't forget the Hoover. Was he called Snoo Snoo? That sounds like a sex thing. Have I got that wrong? Snoo Snoo. He was the Hoover. Vacuum cleaner. Snoo Snoo. And then there was a toaster that would put smiley faces on the toast as it made it. I don't know if that had a name or not. I'm scrolling, I'm coming forwards fast, I'm coming down. Okay, I've got to stuff. Jasper says Teletubbies are gay. I think that was only Tinky Winky. He was a male, but he had a handbag and a coat hanger on his head, which is a little bit weird. I don't think any of the others were gay encoded. But yeah, a guy with a handbag, purse for Americans. It's always interesting how we use the words differently. For us, a purse is a female wallet, a female money container that goes inside the handbag, inside the purse, if you will. I got a bad back. I'm sat too far away from the table. Are you? I need to check where Tina is. Hold on. Okay, if I move the chair, I'm not going to hurt you. That's good. Okay. Then I may hutch forward a little bit. As long as I don't knock the table. Oh! And bring everything down on myself. Get a bad back, folks. I've only been at this, it's only just over an hour and a half, and I'm hurting already. Oh, I am so used to laying down. I told you the other week I sat under this umbrella for about 8 hours during the day, and I got soaked sunburn underneath it. The ultraviolet just came right through. My shoulders, arms and chest have all peeled. I've lost all that skin, which is one of the danger signs, I believe, for like skin. When they ask you if you get like a suspected skin cancer, have you ever been sunburnt? Yeah, lots, like every fucking year. All my life. I'm British. I go out in the sun, I turn into a fucking lobster. I gotta just touch the screen, folks. There's a speckle on the screen, right in the middle of my eye on the camera. It's quite distracting. Okay, let me keep scrolling. Teletubbies. Someone said Teletubbies are gay. That was Jasper. I might have known it'd be Jasper. Okay, officially I do live under a rock. Currently 1997. Okay, Farmer says Sharon Lewis and... Is that one name, Sharon Lewis, or is it Sharon Lewis and Bram? No idea what that means. Teletubbies are humans in the future. They were humans back then in suits. And didn't one of them get sacked for naughtiness? 1997, a good year. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. 97. Oh, 97. That was my customs and excise year, was it? Hold on. Oh, it was the year Princess Di died. Was it August the 31st? September the 1st? I was back at Reebok. So I'd worked at Reebok in the warehouse, been sacked, and then I was back in the office once they recognised my genius, and I was at university. I was at uni when Princess Di died. That was 97. What was good about 97? I think we had a fairly good summer. Music was probably good in the 90s. You had the whole Oasis and... Was it Oasis and Blur? Was it Blur? Excuse me. Not Jarvis Cocker. What was his group? What were they? Common People and all that. I'm thinking of the guys that went on to become those Gorillas. Damien Albarn and all that. They were probably big in 97. Who else? Trying to think. I can't think. I'm no good at remembering music. There's George. Evening, mate. See you next... Oh, I've got police going by. As long as they keep fucking going. It's remarkable, folks. If you compare and contrast how much they hassled me back then and how much they leave me alone now, it's fucking chalk and cheese. And I've got the suspicion it's because they know they've given me a criminal record falsely. They know that if I ever have enough money and get a fucking lawyer, they know I've got them. Doing me for public order type offences in private. I think it's that. It has to be that. What else can it be? That whole not producing ID on demand. But I'm in my home. Or I've just stepped outside my home because you arrived here. Or I'm in this field which is private. It's not mine, but it's still private. Those public order fucking things don't apply. All those arrests. Dragging me off, dragging the dog off. Or leaving the dog here, which was even fucking worse. And now, has it been about 18? Can anyone tell me the last time I should have had police? Oh, the last time I had police on site was bringing the doggy wheelchair. But that's over a year ago now, I think. The last time they were here, like offensively, I had 2 visits in quick succession by, like, junior plod, new plod, who didn't know the fucking ass from their elbow. But the last time they were here, like, aggressively, really trying to do me, it's got to be 18 months or 2 years ago. The contrast between how often they were here before and now is remarkable. And that's got to mean something. That's got to mean something. It's like a memo's gone round. Whoops, guys, we've done it wrong so far. Let's leave this fucker alone now. Is my interpretation of the facts. So there's George. He's going to be here on the 28th. What's today? I do know. I did look already. It's the 19th. So you're going to be here a week on Sunday or thereabouts. Sunday or Monday. You're probably not going to come the first day. You're going to be tired after. Read those papers, Jack. Okay, fuck off. Is it the Verve? It's a bittersweet symphony. That was the Verve, wasn't it? Harvey Wallbanger and 7 Chasers. That's... Any news about James Hewitt looking like Harry? In fairness, Diana's family does have ginger running through, you know, Althorpe or Althrop. How they like to change the it's spelt one way and they pronounce it the other. Is he Viscount or Duke? Viscount Althorp, but it's spelt Althorpe. Diana's brother is very ginger, so the ginger runs in the family. So I'm not too sure on the you know. Gary must be American, he never heard of Wombals. I think he's Dutch. It won't let me post. Oh, and links. You have to be. I think you have to be a moderator to post links. "1991 watched all Pertwee and Tom Baker on VHS video rentals." Bloody hell. That won't have been cheap. Harry is the fat gent. That's Barry. Hello, my friend, and thank you. Listening in the background, away from keyboard kind of thing. There is a C41 link. Message retracted. So Crazy Panda is Gary. He's switching between accounts just to confuse us. They said all Teletubbies were gay. Well, nowadays every television company says everyone's gay, don't they? Doctor Who's gay. All of the companions have been gay. Everyone's fucking gay. I'm not diving off into politics, but I could so easily. For such a minority, they're way, way overrepresented in media. Way overrepresented. I could also talk about the ratio of black or Asian to white people on the BBC. Do you know how few mixed race couples there are? One black, one white. It is unbelievably small proportion. But if you watch the BBC, it's every couple. If you look at an advert on ITV, you'll have a black man, a white woman and Chinese kids. Tell me how the fuck that works. You watch an average insurance ad. I'm not going there. I've gone off on one. I'm not going there. This is not the time. Yeah, posting links is a moderators only, I think. You can post, if it's a YouTube link, you can post an @ and the channel name. Can you hear? I've got someone coughing over there, coughing their lungs up. Sounds like a woman this time. It won't let me post links. Gosh, I need to figure out what the fuck is happening. Must be American. No, he's either South Africa. I can never remember. There's a Netherlands connection and working in South Africa at the minute, and I don't know which way around. I can never remember. Sorry. Anyone news about James Hewitt? James Stewart. Does it taste better than Barrowing Famous Bus Station? Is it verb? Joke. They made the song from Cruel Intentions. That's the film. Is that the? Did that have Buffy in it? The Cruel Intentions. Is that the one? Wasn't the sister trying to seduce the brother? Have I got the right film? Read those papers, says Jack Attack. He would do. Do you think those papers say, "Hey, sorry about this, it's all been a mistake and we've wiped your record clear. You may now leave the country at will"? It's because you jumped timelines. It could well be. Are the British Royals reptilians? This is a well-known conspiracy theory. Now, at times they've been quite cold-blooded. Like when Diana died, how long did it take them to put a fucking flag at half-mast? It took weeks. More than a week, anyway. The whole nation was in total fucking mourning, and they were like, no, the rule is we only put it at half-mast when it's the monarch. And I was like, boo, boo, and so eventually they lowered the flag to half-mast at Buck House. I thought Gary's family Dutch, I think so. Even Rock Hudson, hold on, was that? Well, Rock Hudson was gay, wasn't he? If that's where you're going. He looked like a manly man. Some of them gays do though, don't they? Bears. If you watch Big Clive, Was it Rock Hudson that was the former tractor driver? That was how he was discovered. Is he the one? I think so. Sean Connery was the underwear model, wasn't he? Swimwear model, maybe. I think Rock Hudson was a tractor driver, and Elizabeth Taylor, discovered him in a field, maybe. But yeah, very gay. Although Pillow Talk is one of my favourite films, there's a little bit of a... And Party Line. Doris Day. Fuck. I've told you I have a bit of a gay inclination when it comes to films. If I told you films that I like, you could very easily think I was gay. Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, I haven't watched it in a long time, but that, Paint Your Wagon. Clint Eastwood and whichever one of the other guys it was. There's two of them that look the same, and I can never... It's either Lee Marvin or the other one that looks like him. I can never get this right. I can never remember them both at the same time. Sometimes I can remember one, sometimes I can remember the other. I never remember them both, and I can't tell them apart. Am I the only one? Lee Marvin and the other one with the white hair. Who was in like Flynn? Was that Lee Marvin? That might have been Lee Marvin. Oh, I do this every couple of weeks. I never remember. Sometimes I remember one, sometimes I remember the other. I can never remember them both. It's ridiculous. Maybe dogging in the background. Anyone like Tinto Brass movies? No idea what that even is. James Coburn. That's right. Lee Marvin and James Coburn. Can't tell them. You are live. Okay. Yes, Jasper, you are quite correct. James Coburn and Lee Marvin. So which one was in Paint Your Wagon? With a gravelly voice. Singing. Why do I like these kind of gay-esque movies? They're not the only type of movies I like. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to put a frock on and start flouncing about. But musicals. Was it Kiss Me Kate with Howard Keel? Which was a version of Taming of the Shrew. Fuck. Lee Marvin that was in the in Paint Your Wagon. Okay. I will never ever ever remember those two names at the same time. Sometimes I'll pick one, sometimes I'll pick the other, and I can. So who was in Cat Ballou? No, shut up. I mean Jane Fonda, right? But backside's gone a bit sore, folks. I was born under a wandering star, it was indeed. And you got to do it really deep and gravelly, which I can't. I mean, I can't sing anyway. But Lee and Clint, yeah. Lee Marvin and Clint Eastwood. I was about to start singing it, but I lost confidence. If you've been here any amount of time, you know I can't sing anyway. Ah. Is that a fly? It is. Some kind of biddy got in my coffee. There's a tiny little slurp hole in the lid. I wonder if I left the lid off too long while I was making it. I could have eaten it for extra protein. What are you? You look like a wasp, but it's night time. Go away. Go. No, you moved. Okay. I'm scrolling down, folks. Okay, I am now. That's what Janie Lane said. I got no idea where you're going there, Jasper. It's a good. In Like Flint is a good film. What were the Dean Martin detective movies called? He had a character. These weren't musicals, I don't think. Even though Dean Martin was a singer. Good initials. I don't know, folks. What are we going to talk about now that I've caught up? Did you read about Warrant Singer? Those are just words. Does that make a sentence? I'm not sure what Warrant Singer means. Warrant. Let me try and translate. No, I got no clue, mate. You're annoying me now. Go away. Necesito an explication, Jasper. Did you read about Warrant Singer? I'm gonna have to do a search because it looks to me like you're just typing words. Warrant Singer, Janie Lane. No, that's not my PIN code. That is. Warrant Singer. No. Okay. I didn't even type it and it's come up with something. Yanni, maybe Yanni, I don't know, was an American singer and lead vocalist, frontman, lyricist and main songwriter for glam metal band Warrant. It sounds like it's not my glam metal. The only glam stuff oh god, this is going to sound bad. Can I even say it? Probably not. So I won't. Do you want to be in my gang? A bit of Gary Glitter. Do Wizard count as glam rock? And the other bunch, Noddy Holder. They were kind of extravagant, they were pseudo rock. I don't know if they count. These different, the way that the music industry is fragmented and you've got all these different niches now, all these different, I don't know what fits into what hole. Farmer, shut up. Is that same fucking insect crawling up the wires? I don't know what fits into what hole. Ooh, matron. What did you want to know about him? Did you read about him, you're saying? I got no. He died in 2011. He's not exactly breaking news. He made it to what? 57, maybe? Found dead of acute alcohol poisoning. Uh-oh. That takes some doing, folks. The human body can handle quite a lot of alcohol, and especially if you've been hitting it hard over a period, you build up a tolerance, and your liver gets good at handling it. I guess until it doesn't. Your liver and kidneys, whatever. Is it liver and kidneys and spleen, or is the spleen? The spleen might not be involved in that. Alcohol poisoning. You gotta be swallowing the spirits. You got to be gargling the spirits. You're not going to kill yourself on beer. That's almost impossible. Well, not from alcohol poisoning anyway. You might do that thing. What was that girl called? Leah Betts, where she drank 13 litres of water in a night because she'd taken ecstasy. She'd heard that you don't want to dehydrate, so she drank too much. And even water has a toxicity level. Everything is poisonous, folks. Everything. Oxygen, alcohol, water. Mud. That's right. Tiger feet, maybe. Mr. S, Mr. Sharafshire. Hello, my friend. I wasn't thinking of mud. I was thinking of Noddy Holder and Slade, which is the prison out of Porridge, if I remember correctly. I'm here, folks. What am I going to do when I get here? Because that other one fell all over me when the brolly went over and knocked everything all over me. I might have to go and get an extra beer or two. I have got coffee. I am still on the coffee. It is still here. I'll be honest, the coffee's not going down too well. I'm not really in a coffee mood this evening. It doesn't appear. I thought I was when I made two, but I'm only down here. I'm only like below half or 2/3 of the way down the first one. Mike don't like metal. It never appealed. It was noise. It's a cacophony. I'll be honest, if I listen to like the top 40 on the charts, I've got a headache by about 2 hours in. It's like a 3 or 4 hour program, isn't it? When it used to be on Radio 1, I don't know if it still is. But I'd have a headache halfway through. I'm not the biggest listener of like sustained listener of music. It's too much for me. I wonder if is it autistic that gets over. It is, isn't it? I've never. Oh God, there have been a few. I'm not great with people sometimes, so I have wondered about that. But I'm not like, oh, bright lights, and as soon as it's noisy, I can't handle it. I'm not like the demure little fucking wallflower. But I do wonder sometimes if there's not a hint of it. What you like, Mike? I love Elvis. I didn't when I was a kid, but my mum loved Elvis, and so I've absorbed that. I do think he has the crispest, clearest male voice I've ever heard. He rated Roy Orbison as being above himself as a better singer. Johnny Cash was around at the same time. He's got a kind of slightly more croaky voice, but I do like 50s and 60s music, but I also like a lot of the 80s music, pop. You know, like bubblegum pop, you might call it. Even the early Kylie Minogue and Bananarama and Rick Astley and that old Stock Aitken Waterman stuff, Mel and Kim. But a lot of the other stuff, a lot of the more serious pop, some of your Roxy Musics and Human League. Anyone here for the Human League? It's a Young Ones reference, if I remember correctly. Look at this! I've stained my beard again with the coffee. I like all sorts. I have very eclectic taste. I've mentioned in the past opera. some classical music. The popular, nothing too abstract. Some of the, your Beethoven symphonies and what have you. But some Wagner, which leads to far right accusations, doesn't it? So I should be careful what I say about that. So when you consider that opera started in about 1600 and developed slowly over time, but if you watch Wagner's Ring Cycle, and it's just done with backdrops, painted backings and pulleys and levers, so it could have been that from like 1620 or 1630 onwards. It's like sci-fi watching it. Is the story a little bit childish in places? Does it involve incest? Or there's, yeah. But for the time, that would have been more or less sci-fi. What have you got? Giants, and they're not fairies, but you've kind of got giants and orcs and fucking whatever, little beasties. It's been a little while since I watched it. I should revisit that. I think I've still got it. Maybe. I think it's on my hard drive. That would have been it. It's fascinating to me that in 1600, and one of the biggest movers in the kind of the musical theatre, the opera kind of business at the time, that Galileo bloke, Galileo Galilei, however you pronounce it, his dad was one of the people in charge of kind of the early opera houses and the early operas. And this kind of spawns, opera kind of spawns from a rediscovery of ancient Greek tragedies and plays, and so from what was a movement called in the 1300s, it kind of spawns forward from there. The Enlightenment, kind of the early parts of the Enlightenment start in the, 1350s or something, but by 1600 we're in kind of a scientific age, and new musical instruments and new ways of doing things and new forms of entertainment. Opera is, I believe this is a true statement, opera is the longest running form of entertainment from 1600 to now. It started off with people just standing there singing, and then they'd stand there in costumes and sing, and then they start standing there and acting it out a little bit and playing it up a little bit, and then the backdrops and the pictures and what you see now when you watch some of these things. You could talk about Gregorian chants and stuff, but is that entertainment? I even like some Gregorian chants. When you talk about what kind of music I like, some of that is kind of haunting and ethereal, and if you're in the right mood for that, yeah. So I've got quite eclectic taste, but it doesn't really stretch to heavy metal or rock or whatever you want to call it. I guess some Bon Jovi, maybe. Some of the other, that more pop rock stuff. Soft rock, maybe you'd call it. I'm not sure what the word is nowadays. Yeah, what kind of music do you like? So yeah, Gene Pitney. When I split up from girlfriends in the past, listening to Gene Pitney or Del Shannon. I mean, Del Shannon blew his head off with a shotgun. That's going to be quite depressing, isn't it? So when you're in quite a depressed mood, sometimes depressive music gets you there. songs about girls cheating on you or talking with other blokes, or, you know. Yeah, no, mood has a big impact on what music you want at that moment. Motorhead concerts and Dangerous, says Jasper, sorry. New Romantics, Spandau Ballet, and I always Duran Duran. I always found them a little bit wishy-washy. Some of the hits, the ones that made it, some of the ones that made it. I don't know whether those are in the right category. I would take Spandau Ballet as being New Romantics. I don't know if that's technically correct, but I'd put them in that category. Duran Duran, I'm not sure, they're a little bit more poppy, but the songs that were hits, and I could nod along to them. And when I was 13 or 14 down the disco. Oh, but we also had like Bad Manners and Madness and all that other two-tone ska, I guess, would be the category you might class them as now. Maybe early UB40. Eclectic is the only word. Karen Carpenter had the greatest female voice ever, without question. There is no competitor. Just listen to the crispness and the clearness of her voice. Now, whether you like all the songs or not, and all of that singing duets with your brothers a little bit, isn't it? That's a lot like Donny and Marie Osmond. But that seems like it was a thing in America in the 70s. Singing duets with your, brother and sister. I'm separate the art from the artist. Karen Carpenter. Now, Karen Carpenter. The only other one that comes close is Carol. What's she called? Oh, Carol, I'm such a fool. Darling, I love you, though you treat me cruel. Carol King. She had a great voice, but not as crisp and clear as Karen Carpenter. You just listen to her, and even if the song is calling interplanetary, oh so fucking fantastic aliens, or however that one goes, but the voice. So Elvis for the males, Karen Carpenter for the females. For me, no competition. The fact that Elvis rated Roy Orbison above him, a great voice, but I don't think it had that perfect kind of crispness and clearness. Nowadays, we seem to favour distinctive voices, people who have some kind of crackly sound to their voice. What they call it, vocal fry. We seem to favour that, whereas I'm listening for that clarity. Switching to lurker mode. Talk later, said Mr. S. Catch you later, mate. 1597, Jacopo Peri composed Daphne, which is widely considered the very first opera. So, like I said, 1600 or thereabouts. So compose it, and then when does it get performed, and how widespread is it? And is it when were the opera houses properly opened? Before opera became a big thing, where did you first perform it? If you're performing it just for royalty and 20 guests, is that a proper opera performance? But the opera houses and things, but okay. It's favourite artist Bosch. Don't they make drills and planers and fucking angle grinders? Harpsichord. Well, harpsichord was a revelation in its day, wasn't it? layer harps on its side, and hold on, which way around? Harpsichord plucks the strings, right? And the pianoforte hits them with soft hammers. Derivations, developments of one thing into another, but it's a harp on its side. Hence the name, harpsichord. Hold on, let me remember. Beethoven. Oh God, can I remember the guy? He was very mathematical, very music theory. Not Brahms. I've got an M in my head. Not Mozart. Beethoven. Is it Brahms? Mozart. Oh, come on. One of these guys studied music theory and took it to like the nth degree, and all of his fugues and what are the other ones called? Fugues, and they're very mathematical, they're very robotic. They're pleasant enough to listen to, but a little bit repetitive after a while. Fugues, and it's not just variations and fugues, is it? I've got an M, and it's not Mozart. Beethoven. Is it Brahms? Beethoven, Brahms, Mozart. One of these guys. You see how fucked my head is, and I can't pick out the right words at the right time. Very, very mathematically accurate and musical theory at the time, but not without a little bit of variation. Without. Yeah. So have you ever, when you listen to Beethoven's Fifth, and this is a variation on a theme, da 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 da, you get those, is it 4 notes? Da 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 da, and then it develops from there. Da 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 da. You start getting 2 of each note, and I think 1 misses at some point, but it develops, and at some point later on it reverses some of the notes, and you get a thing where those 4 notes, so however that scale goes, not a scale, but that chord, da 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 da, you get all 4 notes at each point in that, and it's a similar thing, but it's a little bit more variation. He drops the odd note, he reverses them, a lot more entertaining to listen to, because it's not as mathematically bound, it's not as music theory. It still plays on those themes. I've gone off on one about music. I listened to a music appreciation course from the great, what do they call them? The Great Teachers Company. I think they renamed to the Great Courses Company. I managed Joshua Greenberg, if I remember correctly. Fantastic. Covers the whole history of music. Covers the whole history of music and some of the things that they used to do in music. So if you were talking about someone running up a hill, the notes would go up. And I think Kate Bush, running up that hill, she did that. It covers the whole history of music, from Gregorian chanting through all of these medium developments into opera, and is it called melisma? Melisma? Where you break a word. So when you're singing like Ave Maria, instead of just singing Ave Maria, all that, put an extra Ave Maria, when you do all that. Melisma, I believe. So I remember about half of what I listened to. Music appreciation. But let's move on. Whitesnake, harpsichord. Jasper, in one comment he types harpsichord, and then he types Whitesnake and Dave Lee Roth. Those don't exactly go together. Star Maidens TV. I'm going to re-download it. If I might already have it. Neil Sedaka. Ooh, I think Jasper said in the past he doesn't like Neil Sedaka. Oh, Carol, I am such a fool. Darling, I love you, though you treat me cruel. Can I remember any others? There's loads. I just have to remember who sung what. Between Neil Sedaka and Del Simon. Oh, and Gene Pitney. Have we mentioned Gene Pitney yet? I don't think we have. 24 Hours from Tulsa. I was 24 hours from your arms. Yeah. Here I am singing and I don't sing. Tchaikovsky. That's probably the worst spelling of Tchaikovsky I've ever seen. Mozart. Bach. Is Bach the one I was talking about with the two mathematical? Bach. Johann Sebastian Bach. Here's one. Hold on. Which one was it? Where his name's not his name. Gottlieb. Hold on. Loved by God. Who had Gottlieb? Oh! So there was a thing. How did it go? I think German was in the ascendance when it came to music. Who was it? And he changed his name. I'm gonna just type in composer and Gottlieb and get the story, because I can't remember who it was. But basically, one of them is not called the name that we all know him by. Composer. So Gottlieb is German for loved by God. No, not that one. That's not the one I was after. That's not who am I after? One of the more famous ones. Was his name Gottlieb and he changed it to a more Latin version? Or was he more Latin and he changed it to Gottlieb? No, not why have we hold on, we've backtracked to FIFA World Cup. Has anyone got this for me? Bernice Molitori, Horst Frank. Have you ever listened to the Highwaymen? I watched a TV series called Highwaymen, which was about this big lorry that had other vehicles within it. That's probably not where you're going. Who are the big composers? What's Beethoven's name? I've gone off on one with classical music, I know. Classical music and opera. Johann Sebastian Beethoven, that's not him. Who had Gottlieb? Come on guys, tell me that I'm not going daft. If I just scroll down, there's nothing here. I know that I'm not making this shit up. I know this is a thing. I'm just going to type changed name. Because he did. Okay, double T. No, I'm not referring to Gottje or Wally de Bakker. No. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Amadeus is the least. Wolfgang and Mozart. Z's, double Z's and T's. Right? Amadeus is like Latin for loved by God. It's Gottlieb by another name. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was not Amadeus in the fucking slightest. Look at this. Johannes Chrysostomus Wolfgangus Theophilus Mozart. He Latinized the German Gottlieb and its Greek equivalent Theophilus. So he was Theophilus, which is his Greek. Fuck, the guy's got about fucking 6 names. He took Gottlieb. No, he didn't. He took Theophilus. Oh God, what did, no, he took Gottlieb, took it to Theophilus, and then to Amadeus. Amadeus. Why did that not come from the first fucking result? It's the most obvious one. I think it's because I spelled Gottlieb incorrectly. Double T. Amadeus. Ama is to love, and Deus is God. And Gottlieb is God love, or loved by God. I knew I wasn't making it up. I don't know why the search was so fucking difficult. Where were you guys? Falco, Amadeus, rock me Amadeus. Yeah. Here's a quid. Who's Jerry Lee Dorsey, other name? Oh, my obvious guess would be Jerry Lee Lewis. But Dorsey. Do I know a Dorsey? I probably don't. Bernice Malatowi. No idea. Have you ever listened to the Highwaymen? Says Barry, the fat gent. I never heard of them. They sound like another hard rock Debussy. Oh, Debussy. Can I think of a tune that's from Debussy? He does a lot of those more melodic. I can't think of. Probably recognise them when I hear them. Debussy. Who's the other one? The Red Monk. Vivaldi. 4C. See, I am uneducated in a lot of this, so it's the obvious ones. It's the obvious ones. The Four Seasons. Yeah, Barnsley, lad, folks. If you know anything about Barnsley, coal mining town. I'm from a village just outside that had a coal mine in the village, or on the edge of the village. I'm an oik. What would you say? The son of a seamstress and a pipe fitter. Gonna have to go. I think 2 things. Where are we for time? We're 2.5 hours in. I'll try and do at least the 4 hours if you'll stick with me, folks. If you stick with me. We need some thumbs up, so let's get up to 20 for fuck's sake. We haven't done that in a long while. I'm gonna go get. What order am I doing this? I'm gonna be careful where the camera's pointed. I'm gonna get a Jimmy Riddle in the bush, and then I'm gonna go get. I'll maybe bring 2 beers out in case we go long. Did we want to go long? What did we do the other week? 6.5, was it? 6.5 hours. And then I missed. So after I go long on a Friday, after I do these on a Friday, I'll grab a couple of hours sleep, and then I watch Mr. Egg Thailand, all one word. Usually on YouTube, but sometimes on Kick. Just for a bit of relax. He gets on his scooter. He runs a bar, but he goes on his scooter and goes off, drives around. You follow him around. He'll go to the beach. He'll go to a shopping mall. He'll get a coffee. He'll sit down, and it's just. I just find it really relaxing. Just watching some other guy prattle on for 2 or 3 hours. And then he'll end up back at his bar just as the girls are arriving to work, and say hello to a bit of toddy, and then it ends once he's busy in the bar. But I missed it. So Thailand is, I think, 6 hours ahead of me. So if I wake up at kind of 7, sometimes 8 in the morning, he's doing his thing. 6, 7, 8, it varies. But because I went really long, because I went 4.5 hours, I woke up like with half an hour to go before he ended the stream. That's no good. So if I go long, you have to make it worth my while, folks. We need thumbs ups, maybe a donation. Like I said, I am, just to explain the PayPal donate at the minute, I'm trying to raise enough money to put in a small Temu order. 40 or 50 euros. And the aim is, I don't spend more than like, really, 10, maybe 12 or 13 euros on any one item. Most things, 2 or 3 euros. Something, some of it will be cookery related. I'm thinking about like a small portable aircon unit kind of thing, swamp cooler. Cold water, little sprinkler, fan blows through and cools just my bedroom down at night, is what I'm thinking. I've got the fridge, I can make the cold water. So that's the one main item that I'm thinking of, and I've seen them for 30, as little as 13. I might go a little higher, maybe 15. But then mainly 2 euros here and 3 euros there, and I get a bag full of, like when Big Clive does his bags of tat, his unboxing or unbagging of tat. Now, I'm not an electronics expert, I'm not picking shit apart. The question is, what can I buy that makes a tramp's life better while sat in a hot tent all summer? Can't sit outside too much, ultraviolet, sunburn, skin cancer, blah blah. And some days, if there's a breeze, it's nice to get a little walk outside or sit out for a little while. But mainly I'm inside, I've got the fan blowing at me. A bit of aircon might be nice, even though it's not real aircon, I know that. Don't go telling me they don't work, it's rubbish. They kind of do work up to a point. It depends on factors such as how cold the water is that you put in, what's the relative humidity already where you are. If you get above a certain level of humidity, swamp coolers don't really work that well. I'm aware of the negatives. We're talking about 10, 12, 13 euros. But that's the aim. Link at the top if anybody wants to. If you don't, that's fine. I'll survive. It'll be a struggle. It's going to be hot. Give me a couple of minutes, folks. I need to check again that I'm not going to hurt the dog when I move the. Oh, she has moved. I think I can move it a little bit without getting her. Give me a second. I'm going to push my chair backwards, hutch my way out. I'm going to take a quick leak over in the bush, and then I'm going to grab 2 beers. I'll be right back with you. Oh, you okay, darling? I didn't catch you there, no? No, I didn't. Back in a minute, folks. Oh, I will silence the microphone, it's only that way. It's like 3 yards that way. Oops, two little accidents there. I just got back here and I've kicked Tina's water and splashed her. And then I went to move Tina in case she's done anything and she's lying in it. I can't quite tell in this light. And then I knocked the water over again. Oops. Sorry, babe. Hey, Daddy didn't mean it. It's okay. It's okay, babe. She's going to be upset with me now, isn't she? Ah, you've moved. Okay, I think we're okay. All right. Oh, fuck. Now did I just hit the table? I think I did. I think I hit the leg. Oh. Oh. Okay, folks. Ice cold beer. Really is. I had the fridge set for -4 and it was taking forever to get there, but it's got there. And this really is ice. There is movement in the can. This might be a slush puppy. This might be a beer sorbet. Oh fuck, that's cold. I turned it off. It's, oh wow. It's too cold to hold. Too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Let me scroll. Debussy, Moonlight Sonata. Okay, we're throwing out. Hold on, Horst Frank. Bernice Malatowi, can't spell. Oh my. Gary, you know Royal Boys, Royal Boss. Here's a quiz. Who's Jerry Lee Dorsey, other name? Amadeus is a godly song. Amadeus Falco, it was indeed. Didn't he die young? Falco, I think he died young. Amadeus, Amadeus, rock me Amadeus. What's the music played in 10? The film 10, oh I don't remember. I remember Bo Derek. Is it Bo Derek that's married to that bloke that was in Sex in the City? And also in the program I was talking about a week or two ago. Northern Exposure. What was he called? He also did a sci-fi one where he was an alien that came to Earth. Or was he an Earthling that had been kidnapped by aliens and then came back? The Visitor. Visitor? Have a look for The Visitor. And then the guy. Oh God. The Visitor. That was a sci-fi program. I think they only did one season. Hold on. I think he's married to Bo Derek. If it's not her, then it's one of the other sex kitten babes. The Visitor TV series. That's him. What's he called? Oh no, that's fine. No, that's not that. John Corbett, that's him. Abducted by extraterrestrials 50 years earlier and escapes back to Earth to help improve life for humanity. And is he married to Britt Eklund or Bo Derek? Which one is it? Bo Derek. And it was Bo Derek in 10, yeah? I didn't know, married in 2020. I thought it was earlier than that. Don't drop the phone in the piss pot. No, there's no piss. I did the bushes. Seen a few Thailand's vids. We got a couple of people here that watch Mr. Egg Thailand, all one word. Price is cheaper in Aldi than Temu. I can't get to Aldi, can I? Not easily. Even though it's only what? It's 10 minutes that way. But dog. And also, will they have what you want when you want? The thing about Temu is, it's just picked from the website, isn't it? And then hope it arrives. I mean, if it doesn't, you get your money back, but don't drop the soap. Temu not bought from shop. Jasper's asking, where is everybody? I was watering the bushes. John Corbett, it was indeed, sir. It was indeed. Can we have a roll call? Who's still here? Who's still here and within reach of a keyboard? I'm trying to hang on until 4 hours, but we're only on 2 hours 47, I think. We did have a little disconnect. Let me just scroll a second. Have a look. Yeah, it is just the... Hold on. I think it is just the one donation so far. Okay, I can survive on one donation. Cheers, folks. Thank you. Oh, man, that is cold. Oh, fuck. Gary. I'm sorry, mate. Busy doing washing, have a funeral tomorrow. Fuck. That's intense. I what do you say? I guess the normal platitude, sorry for your loss, thoughts and prayers, even though I'm not a religious kind of guy, but thoughts and best wishes. I don't know if it was someone ultra close or if it's, I don't know, friend of a friend or friend of a partner or something. I don't know. Maybe I don't want to ask. Maybe you don't want to say. Maybe I shouldn't be asking these things in public. I do apologise if I'm butting in where not wanted. Tina. Jasper. K-N-O-W. To know him is to love him. And I do. That sounds like Shirelles, or it's a little bit like Leader of the Pack. Or I'm going to the chapel. How's it go? I'm going to the chapel. I'm going to get married. Oh, those early, are they classed as Motown? I guess they're early Motown. Close friend had emphysema and decided to end it. Oh fuck. Oh gosh. I'm free but I'm not joining. Yeah, the decision to end it. I won't say it's inappropriate for me to say too much. Had those thoughts briefly, once or twice, but other people came through for me at just the right time. And what would I have done with a dog? Yeah, you got to get more people around you when you're starting to feel that way. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Is Jasper still, is that meant to be Santana? I don't know, Santana. Oh. Now I've got the hiccups. Didn't I do this the other week? Hiccuping. I think I'm not eating enough through the day, folks. What's happening there? That's interesting. One of my Tupperwares, I think, has been out in the sun too much. I don't have enough storage space, so I leave a lot of stuff outside. A lot of stuff's like getting broken, getting dirty, just warping in the sun. I said about this coffee. Which one was it? This one. This was the golden type of coffee, the light brown stuff, and it's ended up dark brown and all stuck to fuck. Sunshine. Spain. Yeah, next topic. Yeah. Let's move on. His dog was his life. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, we'll move along, folks. Jasper doesn't drink. Okay. I'll take your share. Jasper only eats chocolates and ice creams. He doesn't drink. How about, do you do coffee, Jasper? Strong coffees? How about the herb? A lot of people who don't drink do the herb. I got first dibs, Gary. Let me check that I'm on the right chat. I am on live chat. I am up to date, folks. We're coming up on 3 hours. I'll try and keep going for 4, as I've explained in the past. It's a thing with YouTube that if I hit the 4-hour mark, it's all post-processed and made available and fully published within 15 to 20 minutes. If I don't hit the 4 hours mark, it can take 20 hours. 15 to 20 hours. I'm hearing movement. It's not just the wind on the tent, is it? Tina? What do you hear? Tina's not growling, so it must just be me. Maybe. Just remembering that we did have a rat inside the tent 4 or 5 weeks ago, didn't we? And there are so many places for it to get in nowadays. And I'm not in there to hear it and chase it out if it was that. 40 years, no booze, no fags, no cola, no coffee. You got to explain fags for our American friends, but okay. No cola, no coffee. What the hell? I'm thinking of Adamant. No booze, no fags. What do you do? No cola or coffee. Is there a reason? Is there a medical thing? Again, I'm asking these things out in public. We could talk about it in private if you want, or you can just tell me to shut up and I won't ask. No booze, cigarettes, cola or coffee. What's left? Food. I think that was Farmer's suggestion. Red kidney beans in tomato, garlic, olive oil sauce mixed with hot spaghettini. Spaghettoni. What's spaghettini? A thinner version of spaghetti. Oh, that's not the one with the hole through the middle. No, hope not. Spaghettoni. No, that's a thicker spaghetti. Have I got that the right way around? I go spaghettoni, if I'm even remembering the words correctly. Kidney beans, tomato. Yeah, halfway towards a yeah, I would have gone chili and rice, but okay. Red kidney beans, tomato, garlic. Stick a few chilies in. Oh, technically chili shouldn't have beans. Are we going to do that whole... is that a Texas thing? The whole Texan, they argue that chili doesn't have beans. If it has beans, it's not technically a chili. I'll shut up. Have I gone back far enough? Have I missed anything? Send you a drink. Yeah, we were arguing about who gets the drink. Gary had KFC. I don't do takeaway. Other people sometimes bring me some. Tweeties and fish and chips, I will either go there. Occasionally someone brings me some. It's been a while now. It's been over a year, hasn't it? It was when Tina first got her chariot. That was the last time I went to Tweety's. Anthony brought me some once or twice, I think. And I think he brought me some once. I think he took me there once. Was it Anthony? I think it was Anthony that took me there. Yeah. I haven't been to Tweety's in a while. Fish and chips, folks. Fish, chips and mushy peas. You gotta have your mushy peas. Other than that, I'm not a takeaway kind of guy. I've talked about bin pizza in the past. You won't be impressed. We got some hot dog sausages from next to a bin one time. Oh, this week. What day was that this week? Must have been early. Maybe last Monday, maybe Tuesday. I was walking past the bins to go to the Chino Bazaar, and I saw this bag sat there, and I thought, oh, I wonder what that is. I'll have a look on the way back. And on the way back, I looked inside. There's 3 frozen takeaway cartons. Yeah, Chinese. There was a chow mein. There was I think it's an egg fried rice. And a beef. I don't know. Beef and sauce and onions, and I don't know what that would be called. But yeah, put those in the fridge for a day or 2, and they kind of sort of thawed. They were, like I said, they were frozen, but I didn't even warm them up. I just let them thaw out and ate. I think I ate 2 in one night, and I had 1 the next day. That was a score. Bin food, folks. Bin food. I've talked about this in the past. I think this might be a uniquely Spanish thing. Obviously, well, I'm guessing somebody's leaving the country and they've got these 3 things in the freezer that they haven't used, and they just put them not in the bin but next to the bin on the floor in a bag. If anyone else can make use of it, take it. Maybe they weren't leaving the country. Maybe they'd had it so long and they didn't trust it anymore. But I've got the constitution of an ox. I can eat old, out-of-date food. If you've watched my video, 9 months out-of-date bacon in bacon butties. I can't remember if it was bacon and egg butties or just bacon butties. 9 months out-of-date that bacon was. And it had been nowhere near a fridge or a freezer. Back then I didn't have such things. Bacon is a method of preserving meat. It doesn't need a fucking fridge. That's the whole point. Jasper drinks chocolate milk. Okay, you know, that's, yeah, drinking chocolate and similar. Still haven't managed to catch our mouse. Tried mayo, tried tomato sauce, tried banana. You got to put them near the wall. Mice and rats work around the perimeter. They very rarely go through the middle of a room. So you got to put it. You got to work out where they're coming in, and you've got to put it with the dangerous end, not right against the wall, but close to the wall. And as they're walking past, they'll have a sniff and they'll nudge it. And depends what kind of mouse traps you've got. If they're like my Temu ones with the bitey teeth. Works every little pot of bait rather than the big spring and cheese kind of setup. But they work around the edges of a room. Very rarely go through the middle. You got to find out where they're coming in. Tried mayo, tomato sauce. I had some kind of barbecue sauce that really worked. That was the one that really did it for me. The problem with mice, I don't know about crawling through dirt and bacteria, it's the problem that they shit wherever they eat. If they're eating food, they're shitting where they're standing. And it goes, yeah, it's... What do we got? I'm behind again. I don't know how I got so far behind. Chile has mushrooms in Canuckland. Yeah, I would go mushrooms, yeah, but I'd still have beans because, yeah. A mouse whisperer, peanuts. Next, sunflower seeds. There's a very picky little chap. The Pied Piper, okay. The problem with rat poison, anybody out there? The mouse or rat dies, and cats or something else eats the dead animal after it goes away, and then that animal dies. So if you've got pet cats, or if your neighbours have got pet cats, tricky one. You need a fast acting one so it dies where it is. You don't want it like going back. Some of these ideas are it'll eat something, it'll go back to its nest and it'll kill all the other ones. But if it dies on the way and then a cat eats it, whoa, I've just scrolled all the way. Okay. Haven't tried barbecue. Yeah, I did really well with the barbecue. But I've done okay, mayo and ketchup. I've done fine with those, and even ranch. I got something. Is that? Oh fuck! I have got something literally crawling on my fucking leg. Fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck. I thought it was like a flower or something. Just no, there's a fucking biddy just crawling up my fucking leg. He's dead now. He's a picky eater. Positioning, I would say positioning is the key. If the different bait isn't working, it's probably a positioning thing. It has to be on his path wherever he's coming in and wherever he's going, and not right up against the wall. You want the danger end 3 or 4 inches from the wall, so that as he's walking past he has a sniff, he sticks his head in and snap. I saw a terrible road accident, pine marting, seeing it run over, still moving. When something, what is a pine marting, is that a bird? When something gets run over and it's in the death throes, it is quite harrowing, isn't it? I've had that with both rats and mice. Yeah, and I was quite soft to begin with, typical townie. But after I was tortured by them, after I was haunted by them, hounded by the mice for 3 months, the beginning of last year, I was like, fuck you, just get the fuck. I can't have you running along the edge of my bed. I can't have you running anywhere near my food. Just die. I became quite hardened. We went through months with none, and so I'm a little bit squeamish again now. But we haven't had any for a little while, and we had the rat inside, but nothing. It managed to avoid the traps. Whether the small mouse traps would have had any effect or not, I doubt it. But I think I had one of the traps caught one by the leg. Rather than killing it clean, I did have one just catch by the leg. It's a while ago now, 4 months ago maybe. And I did end up just picking it up, bringing it out still alive. And I thought, do I drop it on the floor and squash it? And I just threw it off into the wood pile a lot. Can I give the throwing movement but release the trap at the same time? I doubt it would have survived long with a broken leg, but I gave it a fair chance. But that was a little bit harrowing again, because you've injured one, but not. Until then, they'd all been clean kills. They'd all been clean kills. Catching it just by the bottom of a paw, bottom of a leg. Didn't like that. Whoops. So Jasper's treat, I guess. Jasper's treat of choice is chocolate. Oh, hence the reviews now, chocolates and ice creams. Okay, the old build a ramp up into a can, bait it, they come up and then they fall in. Maybe? your bait and your runway, it's got to be in the right place. It's position. What's a martin? Is it a little marsupial or something? I'm thinking like house martin, but no. I hate when they get hit being that can't defend against a car. It's like hedgehogs, isn't it? And it's jumped right to the bottom. Oh, and now it's jumping all the time. Pine martins, like a weasel. Okay. Okay, I didn't know. Weasels and stoats and similar. He has brought a load of the blue pills into the house. The poison ones or the erection ones. When they're bringing poison as a snack, that's not going to work. No. That just happened. Other animals eat poison rats and die themselves. Yeah. The little fucker's been bringing rat eggs into the house, so he's immune. How many people under 57? I am exactly 57 at the minute, Jasper, so I don't qualify as under 57, no. I'll be 58 at the end of November. If I poison him, my dog eats his body. That's the danger. Auto incorrect, yeah. So killing the little guy, he isn't a rat, he's a tiny mouse. Harry Gary, okay. Beer can sandwich. What? I think Gary has respect for the little guy. You do after a while. If you're not getting absolutely plagued by them, you do get a little respect for them. I've had them running around and I've been like trying to stamp on them and trying to catch them, trying to hit them with things, and you see how fast they move and you know. I've said in the past about going to sleep. I'll have had like some sandwich making stuff on a chopping board next to my bed. Basically, my bedside table is a chopping board with stuff on it, and maybe there's some breadcrumbs on there after I've had a snack late at night. And you wake up the next morning and there's fucking mouse poo on the chopping board. So you got to take it out and fucking disinfect the whole thing. It's been within that. It's been within, within a metre or less of my head during the night. We had the one that ran down the edge of my bed. I'm laying on the edge of my bed and this fucker ran down. I've had that 2 or 3 times now in the 4 years I've been here. You do, Tina girl, don't do that. No licking it or you'll have to wear a collar of shame. No, leave it alone. No. I don't know where I would acquire a collar of shame. Somewhere that I could get to easily. Can I make one? I don't think I've got anything that would work. Her neck's about the same size as mine. She's got a 17-inch collar, 17-inch neck. Don't know. I'm getting a numb bum, folks. Just let me try and stimulate a bit of blood flow. Thumbs ups are always appreciated, and we're kind of struggling a little bit. I think Harry has respect for the little guy, Gary. Like the Green Mile. Okay, yeah. Did I get all the way back to things? Oh, Stuart Little house, wasn't it? Isn't it? Hugh Laurie. Was he the voice of Stuart Little or was he the voice of someone else in the same film? We had this a few weeks ago. I don't think he was Stuart Little himself, was he? He was in that film. Is that a stain? What's on my hand? Is that just hairs? I think that's just hairs. Clever bugger. I bought the black Temu ones. Hasn't worked. Okay. Travel along the path they travel. Yeah, but most advice is that they travel along the sides of walls. Jasper says, Mike 57, I'm 57, and then he asks about Farmer and Gary. Food is locked, we can't get in. He's up between my cottage and the gate motor. My cottage and the gate motor. He can be a little sidekick. Oh, and then we got back to food and making friends. You certainly get respect for them, yeah. And a tiny mouse. Hey, if he isn't doing any harm, then live with it. The problem is if they get into food, and like I said, they shit where they eat, and that's... I said about my chopping board where they've been come along and eaten crumbs, but it's full of these little half crescent, these little crescent droppings. What if he's Jesus? Pine Martin's like a weasel. Okay. Catch him and set him free. That unless you take them miles and miles away, that kind of doesn't work. They find their way back. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. We only got 11 likes so far today. I've only done my intro once. There's a thing. There may be people watching now who've got no idea. They've just seen a post on Twitter or one of the community post things on YouTube. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. Not my real name, but that's me. I am your eponymous host. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a fucking field. I do have a tent at the minute, not for very much longer. Big rip in the roof, big rips down the side, big rips along the bottom. But I'm going to try and make this tent last through summer. Hopefully we don't get too much of a heavy downpour at any point. Hopefully. So that's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja. It's not really a K. It's that like Loch in Scotland, Loch Lomond, Loch Ness. It's that which I can't do, so we'll just go with K. And in fact, it seems to be regional how the Spanish pronounce it. Hika and Hijo, Hiko, daughter and son. Often you'll just hear it as a K. So some places do the K and some just do K. So it's a regional thing. It's the same as the gracias, the whole th. Some do it here, they tend not to, and I don't know if it's imported people who don't, or if it's actual locals who don't. So I go with gracias, and they're all gracias. They've all got a greasy ass. Who knows? Anyway, Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Trapped here by circumstance. My bank say that I'm not me, and in order to prove I may have to go back to the UK. The Spanish police say, no, we're not having that. You're not going back to the UK. Tina, what did I say before? No. Come here. Where's your head? Is this your head? No, you've turned around, haven't you, you bugger? You've turned right the way around. How do you do that for someone who can't even fucking move? That's crazy. Someone? Is a dog a someone? I guess they have a personality. Does that make them a person? In my head, yes. We can argue about the finer points. But for me, dogs are people too. If an animal has a personality, it's a person. By definition, yeah? I would say. On Star Trek, is Mr. Spock a person? He's not a human, but he's a sentient being, and he has a personality. He's a person. My dog has a personality. Is she sentient? Well, she understands about 40 different words, 40 different commands, so yeah. Let me scroll. That was, so I did my intro. That's the channel, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. You are watching TrampCast Hangout. Used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed a week in the life of. It doesn't really happen anymore. But once I'd built up an audience, we started doing this where we just sit and chew the cud. I chat with you guys. I talk, you type, and yeah. So this is TrampCast Hangout. That's the program you're watching. The channel, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. The program, TrampCast Hangout. You're hanging out with a tramp, talking with a tramp. You got any tramp related questions? Feel free. Maybe he's my guardian angel. This is Gary with his mouse friend. Yes, Germans don't like them because they chew cars' electric cables. Is this the mice or the house or the... They weren't house martins, what was it? It was a martin of some description. It's like America with the squirrels, yeah? They like to chew on the... There's something about the vibration of electric cables and internet cables that really just attracts certain animals. Something about an E36 BMW. How far back do I have to scroll? I see people mentioning Karen. It's a music stroke chat show with Chris Evans, totally bonkers. What is? Which the UK Chris Evans, the ginger-haired guy, not Captain America Chris Evans. Hold on, I need to scroll on. Oh, Andy's computer tube. Hello, Andy. Hello Andy, hello Karen. TFI Unplugged, brought back. Is it a new program? TFI Friday. Thank fuck, it's Friday. Or is it a replay? A repeat? Or maybe it's a clip show. Let me keep scrolling. There was Andy arriving. Gary, Josie. Someone's mentioned Josie. I haven't seen Josie. Is Joe? No. Josie is. Oh God! Now you've got me. I want to say Patrick. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Why does that not sound right? Josie. I know Josie's husband's name. Oh, brain fart. Hold on. How far back am I? That was Karen arriving. Hello everyone, she said at 1:09. That's only 11 minutes ago, yeah? Okay, I'm back to the BMW, chewed up the main wiring harness. Yeah. If he's not getting into your food, I guess you can let it go, but you know they piss and crap everywhere. They do indeed. Karen said hello everyone. Patrick's not right, is it? Josie and... Oh my God. How embarrassing. My head is stuck on Patrick. He only poops in one little section. He's a rather courteous chap. I think we'll name him Percival the Third. And it jumped. How far did it jump? A long way. Watch George Carlin jamming in New York. 39 years I've managed to avoid paying tax. But I bet now with AI I'll be caught and owe millions. I shouldn't share certain things. Oh. Ulrika Kakaka? Why are we talking about Ulrika? I never paid taxes since birth, said Gary. That's impressive. I don't know who a Danny Duncan is. Chris Evans obnoxious. Where are you going there, Jasper? No, fixed a boat, not a boot. What you? Oh, okay, the Canuck, a boot. Okay, I get you. Shut up with your flappy head. We used to have lots of rain spiders. The ones the size of your hand. They're terrifying. I had a week or so of big spiders as big as my hand in the tent. The one where I turned my back, and Farmer said, when you watch the replay, don't look now. There was this fucking monster spider on the wall right next to my head. Yeah, no, I took to, these were little bodies, big legs. I took to just grabbing them in the center and crushing the body. There's Andy. TFI Friday. Was that the one that had Sturdy Girl, or was she might have been Big Breakfast? Sturdy Girl. And there was a guy, what was he called? He's like Jack. No, it wasn't Jack. That was definitely TFI. That was like one of the organisers or something, one of the runners on the show. TFI stands for Thank Fuck It's Friday. TFI Friday. It was a program with on channel 4 or maybe 5, and they used to get all the pop stars and films. They used to get everyone on and interview them, and it was very raucous. Chris Evans broke all the rules. There was lots of swear words. They got in a lot of trouble all the time, and it was hilarious. I'm scrolling forwards now. I think I got back to where I was. I'd rather jump off a bridge and have a spider around, yeah. Rain spiders, no fixed a boot. Jasper thinks Chris Evans is obnoxious. Danny Duncan, I don't know that name. Who's the only Duncan I can think of? The guy off Blue Peter was a Duncan. Peter Duncan, maybe. George Carlin is good. American comedian. I don't really know him. Wasn't he in Bill and Ted? I believe. I think he was in Bill and Ted. Never paid taxes. Gary likes New Kids Turbo. I don't know what that means. Ulrika Kaka. Man with a Stick. No. That was later. Well, Man with a Stick was earlier. Ulrika Kaka. What was that called? The Dove from Above. Man with a Stick. Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer. Ulrika Kaka. I have absolutely no idea what that program was called. 39 years without paying tax. Watch George Carlin jamming in New York. Karen's watching the football. Okay. Who's playing? Scotland again. Okay. I am Gary. Nobody knows my real name. Rumpelstiltskin, says Farmer. It's a good guess. Don't give him any straw to weave into gold. Little bugger will run off with your firstborn. Morocco are winning 1-0. That's no good. Delta Mike must say then you want a Spanish passport. I wouldn't qualify. I don't. Now that I've got a criminal record because of these bastards. Even though they're giving them out 500,000 to the Abduls, I don't qualify because I've got a criminal record. These up-and-coming teams are hungry now for a win. Well, Scotland have never been... Scotland's a small country, 3 or 4 million people, I think. They don't have that big a population. The African teams have been up-and-coming for a few years now. Noel Edmonds is the boss. Where are we going there? Noel Edmonds. Karen, yes, new with old C. I don't know what that means. Was watching game, Karen, just had to step away. Why I'm asking school, okay. Sorry, old and new. My real name is Gary with one R. They will never find me. Okay. Instead of being Gary RSA with 3 R's. Okay, wait, I just busted myself. Pine Martins, that was indeed the word I couldn't get to. My real name is Pablo Laboon, not Escobar. Me llamo Pablo. How's the heat over there, Mike? Says Andy. Getting bad. Getting bad. Especially inside the tent. So I'm hearing contrasting things on the weather forecast front. Some of these guys are telling me I've got storms coming my way. I read articles today saying that I've got a heat wave coming my way, with temperatures up to 40 degrees. Now my weather forecast apps are not showing anything like that. I've got in excess of 30, and I've got nighttime temperatures of 25 as the low point some days in the upcoming week. But you know, it's warm, but cold beer helps. Having a fridge, having a fridge freezer works. Kissing the grandma with no teeth. What I've got like some of you, what you guys talk about? I've got no idea. Who's that girl? Madonna. Who's that girl? Hill's Angels, Benny Hill. Tiswas was better than TFI. I'll take your Tiswas and raise you an over the top. OTT. Because that had breasts. Here we go. Shooting stars dove from above, and Ulrika Kakaka. It was indeed. Thank you. I couldn't get that. Randall and Hopkirk, Bob Mortimer and Vic Reeves. They did the reboot. I'm a fan of the original, although I can't remember the names of the actors. I can picture them perfectly. Randall and Hopkirk deceased. Yeah. Scotty asks, good evening, Mike. How's things? Warm here up north in the UK. Bloody warm down here in the south of Spain. What's your version of warm? I think I'm still on 24 or 25 at, what is it, 1:30 in the morning. Let me get you a temperature. So I'm sat outside in just a t-shirt. 24 degrees it says right now. I think that's the lowest it's going to get tonight. Oh no, they're saying 23. There'll be 2 hours where it drops to 23, and then it starts rising again. We're only going to hit 29 tomorrow. 30 and 31 most of the rest of next week. 23 for most of the nights. 23 23 is okay as long as there's a breeze. I had an incident earlier where we got a little bit of a few gusts of wind and it blew my umbrella over. Blew the parasol, or what's the Spanish word? Sombrilla. Never remember that word. Didn't just blow it over, it blew it away. It was over the other side of the hedge. Fuck. I had to put it down. I had my lights, I had my fairy lights. These. I had these. I brought them out of the tent and I had those suspended under the umbrella. I thought it was quite nice. But then the umbrella blew away. What are you gonna do? Oops. Okay. I nearly wrecked things. Oh, I've got to do another half hour, folks. Another half hour, if I can. Good evening. How's things? Okay. Farmer says west for some reason. Welcome, Scotty. Hello. Who's that girl? The song from the Eurythmics. That's a good. Yeah, Eurythmics were one of those bands, weren't they? Was it Dave Stewart? I had this conversation once and I said Dave Edmonds. It's Dave Stewart. His website was hacked to fuck and he didn't know, and I was trying to tell him for about a month. Could not get through to anybody. C'est la vie. One of those invisible hacks. Farmer hacks were called. P-H-A-R-M-Y. Like pharmacy. When you look at the website normally, you see a normal website. When Google requests a website, it's all Viagra, what's Xanax, all of the pharmacy drugs. And that'll be Canada, won't it? Most of those internet pharmacies were based in Canada, trying to ship illegally to America. If I remember correctly, from back in the day. Knocking on 30 in the southeast of England. Kenneth Cope, it was indeed, he was one of them. He was the deceased one. What was the name of the guy who played the alive one? Jasper says, I got dentures. I've got some somewhere. They're in a bag in the tent. They're in a bag in the tent somewhere. I haven't put them in 4 or 5 years. No, I did. I put them in one day, didn't I? Without any of the gunk, and they were horrible. Isn't that the 50C equivalent in the UK? Might pop by next weekend if flights are cheap. Lisa's away for 2 weeks. Where are you letting her go without you? What's that about? Sorry, impertinent question, sorry. Knocking on 30 in the southeast. Gonna be roasting next week. We're gonna be even warmer. There's talk of 40 and 45 degrees. If this heat wave happens that I was reading about. Now I don't know where, and I assume not here on the coast because water, sea breeze and all that. But they were talking about France and Spain having a heat wave over the next week. Other people are telling me a storm, but I'm not seeing any sign. I'm not really seeing any sign of either in my weather forecast apps. But anyone got a legal place for Mike to live? Yeah, I need a rich widow, don't I? Jasper, I got dentures. 21 here, a bit chilly. Karen can't adjust to UK temperatures. She's always cold in the UK now. Doesn't matter how hot it gets. It could be 25 or 30 over there and she's still going to be a bit on the chilly side. OTT, okay. Yeah, over the top. You got to look it up, yeah. Kenneth Cope. Carry on toilets. Not sure I remember it. I do have all the Carry On films downloaded and backed up on a hard drive. My idea, so when I download a lot of this stuff, I download a lot and then kind of don't get around to watching it. But my idea is, come the zombie apocalypse, people are going to want stuff to watch, aren't they? If you got a 2 terabyte hard drive with all the carry-on films and I don't know, all the Star Treks and all of the this and all of the that, that's going to be an asset. I'm not a believer in this lone wolf prepper kind of mentality. You got to build a community around you. You got to get people together. You got to have assets and resources that you can use and share with other people. So things like my solar panels, my EcoFlows, my lights, the slow cooker, I guess gas bottles in the short term. Come whatever the apocalypse is, and I know a zombie apocalypse is not a real thing. I use it as a catch-all term for shit hits the fan, breakdown of law and order, the end of the world as we know it, Teotihuacan as we preppers. I'm not even a prepper, but yeah. But a hard drive and the ability to connect your hard drive to tablets or phones with an OTG cable and on the go, either cable or adapter, kind of important, I think. So yeah, downloading films. Whoa, look at that. All that time I was talking, it didn't jump. And as soon as I came back to it, remember traveling in Florida was 16 Celsius. I had shorts and t-shirt, was in a car, woman crossing the street, had Gore-Tex puff. We get that in Torrevieja at Easter. We get this. You'll have the locals in puffer jackets, woolly hats and fucking leather mittens. Suede mittens, whatever. And then you'll have the madrileños, the people from Madrid. They're walking down the road in budgie smugglers and nothing else. Knickers and bra, bikini. You got some people in bikini or just a pair of shorts. And you've got other people in fucking woolly, anoraks and woolly hats. I got told today it was too hot to have. Oh, did you hear last week my story last week, Karen? I walked across to the Chino Bazaar and there's no shaded area over there. So I put Tina down in the car park, tied her to the fence. She's not going to go anywhere, but I tie her anyway so nobody else can run away with her. I step inside the Chino Bazaar and I pick up beer and I go at the checkout. And the beer's like 2 meters inside the shop door and the checkout's 2 meters to the right. And there's a gang of three. There's one group ahead of me, but they're not paying individual. They're just paying as a. So there's one lot of stuff being rung through the checkout. I stand there a minute. They go. I'm at the front of the queue now. My card's not going through, so there's a little bit like a 30-second delay. And this guy comes in. ¿Quién es el perro? Like, whose dog is that? And I'm like, it's Mio. Oh, off he goes. Ridiculoso! And I'm like, she's been like 2 minutos. Solo 2 minutos. 4 minutes earlier, she'd been inside the tent drinking water. This cunt thinks that she's gonna die for being out in the sun for 4 minutes. It wasn't even midday, it was like late afternoon, I don't know, 4 o'clock or something. I checked before I put her down, I even checked the temperature of the floor, make sure I wasn't putting her down. Some of these tiles, some places have really kind of shiny ceramic floor tiles. I checked the temperature of the floor. It was warm but not hot. I put her down. She's in the sun for 2 fucking minutes. And I've got this cunt going on. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I'm like, do it. Big fucker. And I took half a step towards him. He shit himself. I wasn't even deliberately being threatening. I was just manoeuvring like around the till. You put your stuff down here and then they ring it through and then you put it there and then you bag it. I was just moving along the till. Fucker bricked himself. But I'm getting shit. Ridiculous. I'm calling the police. It's animal abuse. All in Spanish. And and then he laughed and tried to ridicule me because my Spanish wasn't as good as his. I tried to make a sentence and I couldn't get there quick enough with what I was trying to say. I can't remember now what I was trying to say. That's annoying. But I just couldn't form the sentence quick enough. And then he said, haha, you don't know Spanish. I'm like, no. Why would I? I'm not Spanish. I mean, he looked Swedish or Norwegian, but yeah, no, people. Do you like Bo Selector? Is that the guy with the big rubber jaw and the masks and what was that singer? Craig David. And he's got the rubber mask. Wasn't my cup of tea, but my dogs move out of the shade to sunbathe. When Tina was mobile, she would move between the two. She would move into the shade and then she'd move into the sun and then she'd move back every half an hour or so. So she'd get too warm, move into the shade, move into the sun. Yeah. Dogs are probably like us. They probably get vitamin D from the sun, but it's going to take them longer because the fur is between the outside and the actual skin. But they're mammals, so they probably work on a similar principle to us. As long as there's access to water, dogs will be fine. Yeah, I mean, literally, I've walked a minute and a half. I've put her down for 2 minutes, and then I'm getting grief. This guy held me up in the shop, really. I would have been out like a minute and a half sooner if he'd not been a dick. Your dog's not gonna... There were other people stood with their dogs. So one person's gone in and like the husband's gone in and the wife stands with the dogs. They're out in the sun just as much as mine, but they're stood with their dog. Like, that makes a difference. She's not going to die of thirst or heat stroke for 4 minutes in the fucking sun. I said this last week. It reminds me of the time when I went to a bar on the way home from a friend's house and I tied her up outside when it was a cool night, 10 degrees. And I had a man telling me my dog was going to die. I thought he was threatening me, but I couldn't see the logic. Your dog's going to die because it's 10 degrees. What are you talking about? Dogs can be wild animals. They live outdoors. They can cope with the temperature extremes. Otherwise they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't exist. 10 degrees Celsius. Let me compute. I think I worked this out as about 50 last week, yeah? 10, double it, that's 20. Knock off 10%, that gives you 18. Plus 32, 50 degrees. So what you're saying is who let the dogs out? It's like there was a guy in America had, is it called the ASPC over there or just the SPC? Like their equivalent of the RSPCA. Had them called because they had their husky out in the garden in snow. Husky. Natural environment is snow. They roll around in the snow to cool down. 90% of a husky's life is it's too hot. You see huskies in Spain and I think it's the most weird thing ever. That's borderline fucking cruel. An animal that wants to be out in negative degrees, out in 30 and 35 degrees. That's... I mean, I don't know their tolerances, but it strikes me that that's... But a man arguing with me that my dog's gonna die because it's really, really cold at just 50 Fahrenheit, 10 degrees C. It was a cool night, but I was still in a t-shirt. I think I had a jumper with me. I had a pullover with me ready to put on. But I didn't have it on. 10 degrees, I mean, it's still tolerable. Your dog's gonna die. I thought he was threatening me. I was ready to hit him. The landlady had to beg me not to hit him. Anyway, yeah. They lay on the backs, they love it. Yeah. So what you're saying is who let the dogs out? David Threlfall, a good actor. Is he one of the ones that was in My Left Foot with the other guy, the more famous one? I don't know how we got there. How did we get to that David Threlfall? People who think that they're being like kind on behalf. Yeah, I appreciate the fact that the guy's looking out for her. She wasn't in a car with windows up. She hadn't been there more than 2 fucking minutes. We live literally a minute and a half away. It's not even 2-minute walk. Let's say a minute and a half there, 2 minutes in the shop, minute and a half back. Total exposure to the sun, 5 minutes. And he thinks that my dog's gonna die and he's gonna call the police. And then I've got the other one, your dog's gonna die. And I literally thought he was I don't understand how he was getting to, your dog's tied up outside a bar and she's gonna die. What are you gonna do when your dog's dead? I'm like, are you threatening my dog? And he said yes. But that's because English was his second language and he said the wrong answer. Yeah, no, huskies love the snow. Indeed they do. Malamute especially, I don't know what that is, but my sheep's suffering waiting for a shearer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they get warm in spring and summer, don't they? Too much. You got to get them shorn. Is it a pelt? That sounds wrong. Pelt. Yeah. I remember you saying you're working on your computer, Andy, says Farmer. Did you fix it or upgrade it? This hydration stoppage is doing my head in. It spoils the flow of the football. Oh, okay. So Americans wanted an ad break in the middle of each half. Basically, they wanted the game to be 4 quarters. It's called football, you see, and therefore it needs to be played in 4 quarters. This is the American way. Now, it's been played in other hot countries through all these years. I don't know what, Australia and Italy and Mexico, and we never had a half-time break, halfway through each half break. The game wasn't split into quarters. People grabbed water. Oh, it's a throw-in, or oh, it's going to be a free kick, and they'd take a quick drink. Splitting it into 4 quarters. That's very American. And I bet it's for a fixed period to fit in with advertisers in America. I bet it is. Jasper, how many sheep do you have? 3. He does. Are they all males as well? And you ever think about males? Rams. Oh, excuse me. Nightingales. Scum shameless. Not sure what that means. This little, I was going to say it was an earwig. Actually, is it a little moth? Okay, it's running around the different bits of lighting, and I'm pretty sure my lamp isn't charging. It seems to be losing brightness. Let's try that. That's gotcha. That's one dead. That one's some kind of ant or something. Is that too much, folks? Earlier on I thought that was too much. Now I think it's not charging properly and losing power, and therefore the brightest setting is now about where the other setting used to be. And there's another, that one is a moth. Okay. Are you okay down there, Tina? I haven't shown Tina for a while, have I? Let me see. I also need to check whether she's done anything nasty that I need to move her away from. For anyone who wasn't here earlier, I said that Tina's deterioration is continuing. And it's not just that. She's like wetting the bed and then laying in her mess. And I don't see anything untoward down here. I think she's been a good girl. I have moved her a couple of times, and then she has moved around. I did spill her water over her. Twice in about 30 seconds. You okay, babe? Hey, Tina. Auntie Karen's here. Yeah. Uncle Ismo was here earlier. In chat. Not here, in chat. Let me, there's Tina. You got your fill. I have to pimp out my girl a little bit just to get a bit of sympathy. But no, her deterioration continues apace. Quite often now, folks, when I pick the back end up, the front end just isn't there. It's not just that she walks along on it and occasionally stumbles. Sometimes now I pick the back end up and the front's just not. I'm having to wind her lead around my arm and pick the front end up as well. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be long, folks. I'm not looking forward to it. I got no idea how I will pay for it, but there's going to be a trip to the vet in her future fairly soon. Now, they're going to insist on all sorts of inspections and tests on the first visit. They're not just going to put her down because I say so. And then they're going to blame me. Why didn't you bring her in sooner? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? I'll have to put her with all that. I've said before that the vet herself is a bit of a cold fish and has no connection with the animals. Tina doesn't like her. Tina snaps at her. Towards her. She's not actually going to bite her, but then she makes me put the fucking muzzle on. And the vet can't even guesstimate which size of muzzle. She gave me one about 10 times too small the first time. You would have thought that a vet could look at a dog and guess which she should have got close. Nowhere fucking near. So I don't know whether I'm going to go to that vet when it is time. But then again, I don't have much choice. I'm going to have to go to the nearest, aren't I? This is not a conversation for now. It's not a conversation I want. Let's move on. Yous are too noisy. David Threlfall was in Shameless. Was he? Karen says, hello Tina, I'll see you soon. What is it now, about 3 weeks? American football is rugby with padding. It kind of is. It was derived from rugby. I don't remember which one. I don't remember whether it's league or union, but yeah, it's literally, there's a progression from association football to that. Well, it's apocryphal, but the story of the guy picking up the ball and running with it. Can't remember his name. I do know it, but it's apocryphal. That story of how rugby started. You don't just pick up the ball in the middle of a football match and everyone goes along with it, and now you've created a new game. But then they took rugby and said, hey, what if you could throw the ball forwards, not just backwards? And Yeah. Professional incompetence abounds. Is that the vet? Is that a vet comment? Oh, fuck. Sorry about that, folks. I've got chapped lips, so it does kind of vibrate a bit. Professional incompetence. The vet is, you can tell from her, she's just after the money. It's just a financial. She has no connection with the animals whatsoever. There's no empathy. There's no connection. There's no, oh, you're a good girl. Oh, come here. Oh, let's. It's just, okay, put her on the table. Okay, I'll get the injection. And then she wonders why the dog, like, winces or howls or. Well, you just injected her. You just stuck her with a fucking needle. Maybe if you were better at your job, she wouldn't feel the fucking needle so much. You ever had an injection that you didn't feel? It can be done if it's done right. But if they don't care and just stick it in, it can hurt like shit. Learn to do your fucking job properly. If you can't even, if you're a vet, you know, like this woman's, I don't know, 40s, maybe 50, I don't know. If you can't look at a dog and gauge what size, we had like 3 or 4 attempts at a muzzle. She gave me one. I didn't even know which way. I've never muzzled Tina before. So she gave me this one and I'm like, I didn't even know which way up the fucking thing went. And I'm like, no, it's nowhere near. And she gave me the next size up and then the next size. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? It's nowhere near. Why give me just the next size? Oh, this is your job. Look at a dog and pick the fucking appropriate size muzzle. You should have got within plus or minus 1 on the different sizes. I would have expected. But then why is my dog even snapping at you in the first place? It's because you're a cold-hearted bitch and she doesn't like you. Tina likes almost everybody. She's a little bit uncertain about strangers sometimes. But she quickly overcomes it with nice people. Not this vet. Jasper says his vet is Russian. Karen says our vet is lovely. She loves the dogs. You see, that's nice. Historically my vet. I haven't been in a few years, and there's another thing. I'm going to get in trouble about being behind with rabies and blah 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 blah. There hasn't been a case of rabies in fucking 20 or 30 years, but I get a lecture about being behind with this and being behind with that, and I'll have to try and explain, look, I'm a fucking homeless, you know, I'm a homeless dickhead. Of course I'm behind with injections. Why did you never call me and offer to do it and have me explain, and then you offer to do it for free because it's in the dog's best interest? Why did that never happen? Ah. Okay, folks. We have hit the 4-hour mark according to the counter here. I'll go a few more minutes. It's up to you. Do you want me to carry on or are we done? Karen says 1-0 Morocco. Is that a final score now? Cheers to Jack Attack for posting my PayPal link. That's the final score, 1-0 Morocco. That was against Scotland, yeah? Well, look at Scotland. Does anybody remember the, oh gosh, I'm going to say 1978 World Cup. I think it was 78. Archie Gemmell and all that. Oh, I missed that one. And then there was a song, wasn't there? After they got knocked out in 78, there was a song about there's always 82. Don't think they made it. But what a team they had back then. Archie Gemmell, Kenny Dalglish, Graham Souness. Those are the main ones I remember. Was Alan Hansen Scottish? He'll have been a few years later. I think Alan Hansen was Scottish. I'm going to remember the Liverpool players because that was my team. But yeah, Graham Souness, Kenny Dalglish. I don't remember who actually Gilmore played for. Was it Ipswich? Ipswich, maybe. Back when Ipswich were a thing, I think maybe. When he was in when he was in England. Whoa, look at that. I don't know whether I should have opened this. I was maybe considering finishing about now, but we're only on 11 thumbs ups, folks. What the fuck's going on? Oh, give the fart a thumbs up if you heard it. Sorry. They're normally a bit more silent than that, but like I said, I'm a little bit sore in the behind. Too much info, I know. Is England at the bottom? No, didn't we? We won our only match, haven't we? We won 4-2. That should put us at the top of the group. Probably. When do we play again? It's got to be in the next day or two, yeah? Unless I've missed it already. 4-2 against Croatia. Was it the day before yesterday? Maybe? I haven't really followed, I haven't watched. I might download a Spanish TV app as the only legal way to watch this stuff. It's not available on YouTube, is it? They've not made any of it available like for free and clear. Maybe there'll be highlights or something on YouTube. Oh, excuse me, folks. This coffee, look, I never did. I haven't even finished my first cup of coffee. What must people think who pass by on the main road? There's this light and there's this tramp sat in a field, talking to himself, talking to the world. Him and his dog. Where have you gone now? You've gone even further away. Where are you? For a dog that can't move, you're incredibly fucking mobile tonight. I'll take you for a walkish soon, okay? See if you can't do a pee and a poo outside the tent for once. It is getting a little bit... Oh gosh, is it... Mike, views on... Blowerberg blue mold cheese. Never heard of it. But I do like a good blue mouldy cheese. Whether it's like a harder mouldy cheese like a Stilton, or whether it's a soft one like Saint-Agur, I don't know. I don't know many mouldy cheeses. Is the mold propagated by the cheese mites? So cheese has little critters running around on it. If you take a coin that has the little milled edge, there are little insects, cheese mites they're called, that run around in the cheese that are about the size of each of those little lines on the edge of a coin. Not the ones down the side of the coin. When there's a little line on the face, or I don't know if it's on the reverse or the obverse. That's a good word. Obverse. That's the side that's not the reverse. That's the front of a coin. I don't know where I get this shit from. Obverse and reverse. You would have thought front and reverse, wouldn't you? But no, obverse, reverse. But anyway, sometimes some coins, like in Britain, I think it used to be the 10p piece, had a little either dots or lines. There's these little mites run around in the cheese, and they make the cheese be the cheese that it is. I don't know if they've got anything to do with the mould, or whether they're just more general for flavour. It smells so bad, but it's so irresistible. Now you see, now you're reminding me of surströmming, the Swedish fermented herring that I'm gagged to try. Now there's a Swedish shop along the road here, but I can't get there because dog. Maybe one day soon. I want to go and buy the surströmming. So it's not pickled as in vinegary pickled. It is fermented and rotted basically. I want to try surströmming. I've seen people pop the can open and vomit. The stench is that bad. So when you talk about blue cheeses, it's Roquefort. Roquefort's a soft blue cheese, isn't it? But yeah, Danish blue, Roquefort, Santagur is a favourite of mine. But you get so little for your money. Yeah, no, I don't know. It smells so bad, but it's so irresistible. England only played one game and have 3 points. Has anyone else in the group played more games? And a good goal difference as well, +2. And if it's level on goal difference, it's goals scored. So a score of 4 is a good tally from a single game. It's like a woman with a okay. I wondered where I got halfway through that sentence, Gary. It's like a woman with a good body but smelly. And then you put feet. Okay. I didn't know where that sentence was going. Sorry, ladies, as Uncle Roger would say. Shout out if you don't know who Uncle Roger is. Look at this, we're on 408 and the numbers have dropped. We've only got 7 watching. We've only got 12 thumbs ups. We're probably going to call it quits soon then, folks, if we don't get some more viewers. Bad hair day. I'm actually thinking of washing my hair for the first time this year. I did wash it one time last year. It was the back end of the year. Is it September or October? I'm thinking of washing it. I've got it was Ryan, wasn't it? It was Ryan he got me this pump. It's a shower head with a pump that you sit in a bowl of water and it activates and pumps it. You get like a shower head. Last time I did it, I stood there in some lightweight like swimming shorts, not proper real shorts, but swimming shorts, trunks. I washed my hair and then I washed the rest of me. That was the first proper wash I'd had in a while. And I guess it's kind of, other than bed bath you might call it, or there are other words, aren't there? Is there a polite one that I could mention? We have a bowl of water and a flannel. I think I've heard Russian bath, but I think a Russian bath is more just spray soap with the deodorant. I'm going to say the one that I'm more aware of, and that's a horse. Is it called a horse bath or a horse shower? Horse bath, where you just take a rag and bits and bits, and I don't know if there's another. Is there a no quit, no surrender, Mike? What? That's not what you mean. Where did you go? I don't know how you get there sometimes, farmer. I got to look back now. I'll have to watch this back and work out where you went there. No quit, no surrender. What? That's not what you mean. Either give me an explanation or you'll have to wait until I watch it back and see if I can join the dots. Oh, you said you're going to quit the stream. Okay. Well, there's not many people here. When it gets below 10, I get a little bit embarrassed. Ouch, Asmongold, right? And he criticises other people who are streaming. Oh my God, you're streaming to less than 50 people, you failure. You've been streaming for 4 years and you've only got 50 people watching. And I'm below 10. Now, I get that I'm a little bit niche. And I'm not touching on the politics or the internet drama or the other things that the news and the stuff that might capture an audience. It's a bloke in a field. I haven't even really talked about my week. We'll cover that more in detail on Sunday night. Might do a cookery stream. It might be a not cookery stream. I might talk to you guys while I'm cooking, but I'm not focusing on the cooking. I got food in there that's on the turn. I got a box. I've got a cool box that I haven't opened for a few days. That could have gone really bad. Now some of the stuff in there is shrink wrapped and will be fine. Other stuff in there will be probably crawling with fucking flies and maggots and I don't know. I haven't opened it for a few days. I've got bags of food in there. Ismo brought me cauliflower and cabbage and egg. I've broken some of the eggs. That's always a bad sign. When the bad egg is touching the other eggs, it can infect them with a smelliness. When the broken egg gets all sulphurous and smelly, so I gotta open those out and rinse those off, wash them off. I haven't got anywhere to put them. Let's say you've got 10 eggs left out of a 12 egg pack, but the cardboard is wet from the smelliness of the eggs that have broken. Where do you put the other 10 eggs? I don't know, folks. I don't know. You're a good egg, Mike. I try to be. Cookery, not cockery. Cookery, you bugger. If you always worry about other people, you'll be under their thumb. Yeah. But when I'm streaming to 9 people, it is a little bit. The channel's not growing, folks. There's the other thing. The channel's not growing. If you remember when I went through 1,700 subscribers and then I dropped back below 17 again, then I came up through, what are we on now, like 1,704, 1,705? It's like a month ago that I went through 1,700. We've gained 5 subscribers and I've probably pissed off 10 or more. A lot of the others will probably just never come back. It's a tramp in a field, folks. It's never going to be... I'm not Asmongold, I'm not Tectone, I'm not Penguin Zero, stroke, Moist Critical, stroke, Charlie White, whatever name he's going by this week. If I talked about internet drama or politics, there'd be more of an audience. But I'm not, that's not where I am. 1,700, yeah, but you will get to 1,800 and beyond. It'd probably take a year. If you look back a year ago, I was probably on 1,500. It's taken forever to get to 1,700. I lose them as fast as I gain them most weeks. I don't know whether it's YouTube paring away at bots. I don't know whether it's YouTube saying, hey, you've got these subscribers but they haven't watched you for 6 months, so let's just unsubscribe them. I don't do much. So I used to do videos out and about, go to the beach or the cliff tops, or go to Torrevieja Morro, into town, up in the park. I don't leave this field. What am I going to do a fucking video about? I don't go anywhere, I don't do anything, I don't get anywhere. You want to watch me go at the Chino Bazaar and buy some beer? Buy my weekend beer. That's getting an argument with a big fucking Swede. Maybe you'd watch that. Maybe I'd have been more likely to smack him one if we'd been on fucking video. I don't do videos anymore, folks. It's live streams. There's very little in the way of videos. I thought about doing one today to say, kind of, I don't know what the phrase is, happy Midsummer to my Swedish friends. And I now find out also my Swedish friends and also my Finnish friends who are celebrating Midsummer's Eve today or this evening. And tomorrow they'll be having a quieter family time for Midsummer. So it seems to be a European thing that the evening before is always the big They're the same at Christmas. The Christmas Eve is like a bigger deal than the Christmas Day. Unlike in Britain, where Christmas Eve we go out on the lash, and then Christmas Day we do the Christmas dinner, the feast, the festival, the whatever you want to call it. Summer solstice is in a couple of days. That's Sunday. The Norwegian Midsummer is, I think, the 23rd. So there's different countries celebrate these different things on different days. So yeah, Swedish and Finnish Midsummer Eve tonight, Midsummer's Day tomorrow, which is, like I said, the festival, the feasting, the celebrating, the maypoles, the dancing, the national costume, and that's today, or was today. Tomorrow's a quieter family time. You stay at home with your family and reflect and do whatever. Next week is the Norwegian one, which I think coincides with San Juan in Spain. I think I said this earlier. San Juan, they used to light fires on the beach, and then you run through the ashes and maybe the embers, and you jump over the fire, and you're supposed to release. It's like a fresh start. You let go of whatever your problems are in the first half of the year, and it's a fresh start halfway through the year. We don't do any of this anymore. We must have used to. I mean, Shakespeare, Midsummer Night's Dream. Whether he was telling tales about foreign countries, Titania and Oberon, the king and queen of the fairies, ill met by moonlight, and other various phrases. He's off with his bird and she's off with her bloke, and they bump into each other, kind of thing. Ill met by moonlight. Shakespeare. We could talk about that for a while. Childish as fuck. If someone summarizes the plot of any Shakespeare play to you, you would come to the conclusion that it was written by a fucking 10-year-old. You can go all uber analysis and say, oh, his tragedies are funny and his comedies are tragic. You can do that. That's like a really low, it's not a low level, that's a high level kind of summary of Shakespeare. But exit stage left chased by a bear. Is it stage left or stage right? Most Shakespeare stuff, if you don't know the stories, if someone gives you like a one paragraph summary of Shakespeare stories, most of them childish as fuck. I don't care what anybody says. I've had this argument with English literature teachers in school and even at university. Well, they were a former English lit teacher. You can't get away from the fact that they summarise the plot. They're childish as fuck. Exit stage left chased by a bear. I'm going to scroll back a bit because I'm behind. Well, no, I'm at the bottom of chat, but I haven't seen any of this. June 21st, summer solstice. I think that's Sunday night. I will be here for that. Longest day, shortest night. A couple of years ago, I did a sunrise and sunset, and maybe I did a little bit of something in between. I can't remember. I might do something like that. Not so easy, because to get sunrise I have to be on the cliff tops. I could set the camera, there's a gap, so I've got two banks of trees here and there's a gap between, and at certain times of the year the sun comes up in between them. I'm not sure, oh excuse me, I'm not sure if this is that time of year. I could just set a camera up, oh wow, and do a, what do you call it, like a motion capture, slow motion sunrise from here. But it's better to be at the cliff tops if Tina's willing. Sometimes I walk her down this path and she wants to go further. Sometimes we get to the bottom. In fact, sometimes we get halfway down, she's already turning around. Whether she's done anything or not, she's just turning around and wanting to come back. The front legs are just not... So I'm carrying the back end, but the front legs are just not there. And like I said, now we've got other problems with incontinence and things, but let's... Mike needs a tinfoil hat and an alien. Why do I need an alien? Reminds me of the Wicker Man, Nicolas Cage. No, you see, Nicolas Cage and the Wicker Man. That's... You want the Wicker Man with Iwa Wuwa. Or Edward Woodward, as we used to know him. You want the original version, because they're going to kill a virgin, aren't they? Is it on an island? They're in some remote countryside place, and a virgin's... And everyone assumes it's some young woman that's going to get killed, but the policeman is the virgin. Sorry, did I just... Spoiler alert, it's a 60-year-old fucking film. If you don't know the plot, don't blame me. Nicolas Cage. Edward Woodward is one of the finest British actors ever. If you think Denzel Washington is a good Equalizer actor, go and watch the Equalizer TV series from the 80s. Apart from the fact it has one of the best theme tunes of all time, right up there with Knight Rider and Airwolf, and even Street Hawk. Iwa Wuwa. Edward Woodward. That's Edward Woodward without the D's. Iwa Wuwa. It's one of the greats. Callan, he played a spy. This was a 60s TV program where he played a spy stroke assassin. The Equalizer is almost a sequel. It's almost the same character but retired. They never say it, but you could read the Equalizer as being Callan in retirement with a new name. It really could be. Denzel, I mean, Denzel's a great actor, but he's no Edward Woodward. He just isn't. And, what is it, 2 or 3 films versus 4 or 5 seasons of a TV show? Who's got the most hours of entertainment? Who's giving you the most? I'm an Edward Woodward fan, I don't know if you can tell. And if you could possibly go back and watch Callan, if you can snag yourself copies of Callan from back in the day. I think it's L-L-A-N. C-A-L-L-A-N. Reminds me of Wicker Man with a laugh my ass, don't watch or watch. Shakespeare. No wonder he was always pissed. Okay, that's nice, I like that. We do this by drinking curry powder cocktails. It rids all negative energy and rejuvenates the soul. It gives you a good clear out by morning. I tried, you know, like ginger beer, I tried making a curry beer. That's basically curry powder, sugar, water and yeast. Yeah, no. I mean, it worked. It effervesced. It did the fermentation thing. It wasn't nice. It wasn't nice. Don't do that. I thought it might work. If ginger works, why wouldn't curry powder work? And it didn't work. Don't do that. I mean, it worked, just not nice. Nicolas Cage in City of Angels. That's the one where they sit on like telegraph poles and electric poles and stuff, waiting for dawn, and they all point towards the sun. Is that the one? I don't really remember it that well. Nicolas Cage is you see, I used to say you'll never see a bad Nicolas Cage film. And then you did. And then you saw nothing but bad Nicolas Cage films. He turned a corner It was sometime around he did that Christmas film with, what's her name? Something like Tierra Leone. What's her name? Tio Leone. I don't remember her name. He was a car tire salesman, and he wanted to be a stockbroker, and an angel gave him a view of a different life. But in the different life, he didn't have his kids and his wife. Tio Leone? I don't remember. I think that was probably his last good film. And it was a little bit, I've said before about me and Christmas films. I said earlier about me being a little bit gay when it comes to films. I don't mean that as in cook up the arse or whatever. I mean wussy. Musicals. Some musicals I like. Some sloppy, slushy films. Those 80s teen romances. The Brat Pack films. St. Elmo's Fire and Breakfast Club and there's a one called, is it called Oxford Blues or Cambridge Blues, whatever that was called? I loved all those. I loved all those. So I've got this little slushy kind and Christmas. I've got a soft spot for Christmas films, romantic Christmas films. Would you look at me and think I was a romantic? Do I? If I took the glasses off, let's see. You're probably only used to seeing me with the glasses on. It's always funny when you've known someone who always wears glasses and then you see them without. This fat old man with his pink cheeks, white beard. Sloppy romantic? Probably not. Now I can see myself. I went all fuzzy before. Where am I? Nicolas Cage, great actor. He was a great actor. Didn't he get into financial trouble over his marriage to Lisa? Was it Lisa Marie? He's like a huge Elvis fan, and so he had to go and marry the daughter. She dead now. Didn't she die a couple of years back? I think she did. Out of everything Elvis, isn't Matey Girl the only one left? The wife, ex-wife. What's she called? Something Presley, obviously. The Leslie Nielsen films. Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead and all that. Priscilla Presley. I got that. All on my own. Didn't need hint from chat. Oh, there's kids from Lisa Marie because Michael Jackson, maybe? Yeah. But Matey Boy, Nicolas Cage, he spent a lot of money on Elvis memorabilia and curry powder and cocktails would get rid of my entire dinner and soul. You hear it. Yeah, and you hear it. You'd hear it from Miles, but yeah, you'd hear it from Mike's as well. Keanu Reeves, especially in Constantine. I didn't get Constantine because it's a comic book character, if I understand things, and I wasn't familiar with it when I watched it. So I didn't really get it. Yeah, it corrected Mike's to Miles. Yeah. Haha, heat has a special way of binding to blood cells and cleansing the body. It binds to something, mate, like on the way out, the ring sting. That's why infrared treatment works so well. Different kind of heat. I want to watch the Brazil game but need to go to bed. Have you got like a video recordery thing or what channel is it on? You got the iPlayer or something? Watch the Brazil game, Karen. You can sleep tomorrow. Are Brazil any good this year, or are they going to lose like 7-0 to Germany again? The enemy, hold on, the enemy of the Illuminati is the Oogler. How far back am I? Whoa, it's jumping. Gary says I'm a big conspiracy theorist. He's a big conspiracy theorist. Same as Apple, the iPhone. Siri spelt backwards is Irish. Okay, so you think it spies on you because it's Irish. I didn't know, but I've met a Siri. It's an actual name in, I think she was a Norwegian lass. Siri's I thought Siri was like some made up name for the, you know, for the Apple iPhone, for the computer thing. But I've met a Siri since then. Oh, you think the Apple has Eve's bite in it? Oh, you see, when the Apple had the rainbow stripes, I thought it was an Alan Turing bite. He died from eating an apple infused with cyanide. And I thought that the rainbow stripes and Alan Turing being a little bit bent, I thought it was that. But a lot of people think that that's apocryphal and not real. But I don't know. Dale said that the bite out of it was to form the leaf on top, I think. But Farmer's going to bet Brazil, but never underestimate the underdogs. Brazil and Haiti. Oh no, Haiti's not got. Haiti have to win or they're out. Already? Is this not only their second game? I guess if you lose 2 games. Yeah. How does it work? 2 out of 4 go through, and certain number of third places will get like a wild card place or something. Naked Gun Leslie Nielsen. Hold on. Something got jammed in my throat there and my voice came out all weird. Naked Gun Leslie Nielsen bathroom scene with microphone will always be a classic scene. Do you know what? I saw one today. This is real life. The police went out of their way to arrest this woman, took her camera off her, put it in an evidence bag, left it running, and for the next 5 hours it recorded them. And this guy, he took it into the bathroom with him, and you can hear him have a piss and having a fart. And then they sat around, and they talked as a bunch. They had the police in this police station had so much spare time on their hands. They were talking about how they'd raided a knocking shop. So that's a brothel for anyone who doesn't get the slang. They'd raided a brothel, and this guy, one of the cops, was saying how he'd been in that brothel a while before. And he said, I was there innocently just for a massage, but she offered me a happy ending. And they asked him, so did you? And he's like, well, yeah, sort of. And then this woman starts talking about she arrests black women whenever she can, or searches and arrests them illegally. She says, I search them illegally and arrest them if I can. She uses IC3, which is a British police acronym for different racial types. But there's like 4 or 5 hours of this commentary they sat around discussing this woman that we arrested. What can we charge her with? And they spent like 4 hours discussing what they can make up to charge her with, including some 1847 law about lewd behaviour in a police station, with no definition of what lewd might mean. And what was considered lewd in 1847 might not be exactly lewd nowadays. Great channel, Crime Bodge, all one word. The word crime and bodge as in to mess something up or whatever. BODGE, crime bodge. He used to produce a lot of videos, and then he went away for a couple of years to make a book about what your rights are when the police ask you. This all started when 2 special constables decided to tell him off for swearing, and he told them to go fuck themselves. And then they brought in the heavies, and this cop was like stood on his foot and trying to push him around. And then there was other cops around, and they were, you know, obnoxious dickheads. So this guy, he did a few videos, including his own case, and then he heard about some other people, and he tried to bring private prosecutions against people. Because the Director of Public Prosecutions, probably Keir at the time, Keir Starmer probably, wouldn't take the cases. So he brought them. But what he didn't know was that when you bring a private prosecution, the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, that's like what they call them in America, District Attorney. It's like your DA, except this is a nationwide thing. They can take over the case. They can say, oh, okay, we've changed our mind. We are now going to prosecute, and they take over your case and push you out. But then what they'll often do is, because it'd be embarrassing if this ended in a prosecution when they'd said no, so they deliberately fuck the case up and lose, and then say, see, we told you it was a worthless case. And that's what happened with him and his the private prosecution he was bringing on behalf of some people. You can't beat the fucking system when the system's as bent as it is. You can't protest and say, no, I'll do a better job. The Director of Public Prosecutions can step in and take over the case. And you can't stop them. And if they deliberately fluff it and put forward a really weak case, even if you've given them, you've provided all the evidence, but they decide not to present that evidence in court, deliberately undermining the case, nothing you can do. What do you do with a system like that, folks? What do you do with a system like that? Like, let me scroll. I'm going to end this soon, folks. We are on 4 hours, 40 minutes almost. Bathroom scene with microphone. Karen says ITV. They have an ITV player? Yeah, I think so. You better watch it on catch up if you don't watch it live. Or there'll maybe be a highlights program tomorrow morning. The all-seeing eye. That's the triangle with the eye, isn't it? How does that fit in with the iPhone eye? Not sure. Depends on what other teams in your set get as well. Yeah. Alaska. She might not tell you. How did we get to Alaska, Gary? Apple was better and it's the all-seeing eye. It's like Alaska, she might not tell you. Jamaica, no, she wanted to. It's a sensual massage, Mike. That's where they go, isn't it? But, you know. These guys were talking about seeing the furry handcuffs under the bed and, I don't know, it was like a rubber truncheon or something. And dildos or strap-ons or I don't know. You'd have to listen to the video. I don't remember all the I wasn't, you know. I go for a sensual massage once a month. It relieves the stress of life. Okay. This one for Gary as he's there. My mate Ismo goes for sports massages, and in fact he used to do them as far as I understand things. He was a ice hockey goalkeeper, I think. Big lad. If you've seen this, if you remember the video where the chair collapsed under him, and this was the second chair of mine that he's collapsed. He's a big lad. I went to the challenge was whether I could pick him up. I couldn't even get my hands around him. So So he would, you know, for blocking, he would be good in the sensual massage where you get Olaf. Yeah, you don't want the bloke, do you? Toto is brilliant. Hold on, how did we get there? Oh, this one's for, is that the Farmer song? Did you leave the rain in Africa? Is that where you went? I'm guessing because of the South Africa. I only book Helga. Okay. Never had a man give a sensual massage. I'd be out of there very quickly. What's the one called where they do the scalp? It's like an Indian scalp massage or something. How does that work? Mike, why do you have a triangle above your head? Is it my brolly? Is that what you're talking about? The I have a sombria, parasol that I folded down. I think that's what you're talking about. It blew away, so I had to put it down, but it stood up, but de-erected, diserected, unerected. Spain doesn't have this problem. Everything's des. They don't have un and de, and everything's des. To uncover, descubre. Everything's des. If it's un, des. As far as I know. England has like 3 or 4 ways of saying not. In fact, God, you can add the whole in and im. If something's improbable with an N, I-N, India November, improbable. Is it in or im? It's improbable. It means it's not probable. If something's inflammable, it means it is flammable. We have the same prefix to mean it is and it isn't. English. These words come from different roots, but are the same letters. You look like a unicorn with the thing coming out of my head. That makes me no, it doesn't make me Pegasus. Pegasus is the winged horse. Pegasus doesn't have a horn. Unicorn. There isn't a named unicorn, is there not? I know companies called Pegasus that put the horn on. And it's not. Pegasus was the first it was the winged horse. Perseus slew Medusa. And when her head fell in the sea and it all bubbled, up sprang Pegasus. Now in, what's the sword and sorcery film called with Harry Hamlin? He climbs on. Perseus climbs on and rides Pegasus. Never happened. Greek mythology, Bellerophon, PH in the middle. Bellerophon was the first winged soldier, warrior, and he was good, and then he got arrogant, and then did he get struck down by Zeus, or did he just fall off with his arrogance? And Pegasus went to the top of Mount Olympus and became Zeus's messenger, delivering the lightning bolts. There you go. A little bit of Greek mythology. But Bellerophon, and Pegasus is one of the parachute regiment, airborne infantry in the UK. Pegasus features quite a lot, even to the point where there's a Shetland pony called Pegasus. For some reason, Shetland ponies became a thing with the paras. I don't know why. Not sure how that happened, but yeah. And P Company, which is when you've done your infantry training and then you want to do the airborne stuff, P Company stands for Pegasus Company. There's also, or was, in Aldershot, there was a Pegasus, I don't know if it's street or village, however you want to refer to it. Pegasus, P Company, all of those letters. Pick up a Pegasus. Don't get the internet started. Tip of umbrella, yeah. Remove the triangle from your head. I can't. No, I mean, I could totally take it down, but the case is over there, and I don't want to. And I'll only have to get it back out again tomorrow. Gary says, love your show, Mike. Thanks for keeping us going. Yeah, I'm going to end it soon. Whether I wait till the 5-hour mark, which is about 13 minutes away. Karen's going to bed. Good night, everyone. That's probably a little while ago. 42. We're on 47 right now, yeah? So I'm only 5 minutes late. Good night, Karen, if you see this. Best go to bed as well. It's 2:44. How did you end up on the same time zone as me? You were 2 hours ahead of me a little while ago. I'm lost with Gary's time zone. The umbrella is making me laugh. Well, what I can do, I can remove it like that, maybe. I've got some numbers and some text there. I can do that, look. That might help you. But then you're going anyway. Blends in with your hair, colour per. You saying I've got white hair? It's fucking bright white. What are you talking about? Blends in with my hair colour. I don't have a single grey hair on my head, apart from the ears downwards, from the glass, from the arms. Are the arms or legs on glasses? From there downwards, it's all white, but above, not so much. Chest hair and everything, and other. There's a lot of white. It's not all white, but there's a lot of white. Blends with your hair perfectly, don't say that. Medusa got killed by the Uglamata. I don't even know where you're going with that. I don't know what Uglamata means. Is that a made-up word? Is it a South African word? What is this? Maybe it's Afrikaans? Is it Dutch? Farmer says, all right, Gary, if you're off, have a good night. I'm fairly sure, folks, I'm gonna do an afternoon stream tomorrow. So what? 12 hours from now, maybe. I'm gonna cook something. I've got these potatoes. I'm not sure if they're too far gone. I've got onions, potatoes. I've got cabbage and cauliflower. I do have some sausages and maybe I've got some bacon. I might do like it wouldn't exactly be a late breakfast if it's got cabbage and cauliflower. I've got loads of potatoes though. I might do something like chips or something that cubed potatoes, like with an aioli, and some kind of cabbage, cauliflower. I'm not sure whether I'm going to use these really old potatoes that look really bad. I don't know if I can salvage enough from them, or if I've got newer ones, both from Karen and Ismo. Karen's will be the slightly older. I think is it 2 weeks now or 3, Karen? I'm not sure. She's gone, so she won't be able to answer. I need to nip for a quick Jimmy Riddle, folks, and it's pretty desperate. So even though I might be finishing in 10 minutes, I can't hold on another 10 minutes. I will literally, it comes on real, I think because I lay down all day, I think my body doesn't register this stuff nowadays. It comes on really sudden, and once it comes on, it's got to happen. I will just mute the microphone again. 2 minutes. Yeah, my face is actually quite red, isn't it? Considering I've done my best to stay out of the sun. That's pretty impressive. Let me get a little bit closer to the microphone, or to the phone. In general. Maybe I'll bring it closer to me. Where are we, folks? We're going to end it soon. About 8 minutes. Okay, 7 minutes. So Gary was leaving. I told everyone I'm jumping timelines. I swear a pair of my jeans are missing and a heater is also gone. You've been robbed. It's like when my phone was missing. I was 50-50 whether some fuckers come in and nabbed my stuff. Sorry, here we go, farmer. Laugh my ass off. Sorry, the toast with butter looked delicious with strawberry marmalade. Strawberry jam, strawberry marmalade. How do you make a... Isn't a marmalade just a jam where you've left the skin in? Strawberry doesn't really have a skin. How do you get marmalade out of that? The clock does weird things because it's and it jumped. The clock does weird things because it's a quantum clock. It's digital but analog, but with a starburst second hand. Just don't stare into the spiral. When you first arrived, you were 2 hours ahead of me. Now, you said that you didn't do, that South Africa doesn't do jumping about stuff. We moved forward 1 hour, and now we've caught you up, and I don't get how that works. Maybe you were 2 hours ahead of London, 1 hour ahead of Spain, and then we've done the summertime thing. Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's made in Japan by Temura. I've got no idea what a Temura is. Be careful if you watch it. Lumi Time C30 also jumps timelines. I've got no idea what you're talking about. I've given disclosure, so I can't be held liable if any family members disappear. If your car is different when you go outside. This is the timeline jumping thing. It's like sliders. Now there is a TV series that gets seriously dark. Fucking sliders. Oh my god. I can't remember how many seasons there are, but you only want to watch the first 2. If you have a strange cat running around or a new child or something weird, when you put a tool down and it disappears, you know you left it there. It's gone. Jump timelines. It's like when you drop a screw on the floor, you've got no chance of ever finding it. The Matrix is cat deja vu. Cats are weird. Oh, marmalade is more stewed. Strawberry's not a jam. We might have different definitions of these things, mate. So there's questions about. Hold on. So Americans on their jelly rather than jam. So jelly, jam, and marmalade. So take orange marmalade, for example. So you can have an orange jam where you just use the flesh of the orange and you boil it all up with lots of sugar and what have you. But a marmalade, you leave the skin in, the peel, and boil it all up to shit. Not sure how you get a marmalade out of strawberries. I swear I'm jumping timelines. Yes, and I am a slider. Well, say hello to Professor Arturo for me. I can't remember the names of anyone else. Brown, somebody Brown, the singer. The black guy was called Brown. That's a little bit near the knuckle. Then there was the girl. I'm more likely to remember the actress's name than I am the characters. But she met a really, really bad ending in the program. Then you had the whiz kid who did the sliding, who built the built the handheld device, whatever it was called. The timer, I guess they just called it. Don't remember his name either. Gary's convinced there's a slider. I mean, you're in South Africa, so the Mandela effect can be a real thing. Can we say that? There's strawberry jam and then there's marmalade. Strawberry marmalade. How? There's no skin. I don't know. We must, different countries must have different definitions of these things. Now I have to go buy strawberry jam. I think I've got some actually. I might have some, and it might be forming a nice green skin on top. I might have to take a spoon to it and scrape the top off. I got loads. In Spain, the most popular jam by far seems to be peach. How does that translate? I've got so many jars of it. Good God, he's going at speed. Mellow cotton is peach jam. Yeah, I've got loads and loads and loads. Jam and marmalade are very different. Similar process. Marmalades tend to be a little more tart because, as far as I understand it, the skin and the pith and what have you. It's an art called marmaladism. I'm sure you're making shit of me. I thought you'd gone. Fuck off, Gary. What are you doing here still? There's got to be a big fruit industry, or is that gone, Gary? It's a course one can study here in South Africa, really. Apricot and lemon. We have apricot jam. Yeah, I don't think lemon would make a jam here. I don't know. Oranges tend to go marmalade. Certainly in the UK. But again, like I said, you simmer the you simmer the shit out of the peel as well. It all seems processed nowadays. That's jam. Marmalade is made by the old folk. How do I find marmalade at 3 AM? Put out a bowl of milk and see if you can get a tabby cat to come along. Not a tabby cat, but a marmalade cat. No idea. Right, folks, we have hit 5 hours on my counter here. I said I might go along tonight. I didn't think I actually would, but 3 AM in the morning, as some would say, as opposed to that 3 AM in the afternoon. There's a three fruit jam, grapefruit, lemon and orange with all 3 peels. Okay. Does anybody remember that there was a 5 fruit drink a few years ago? What was it called? It ended with Lilem Graptang. I'm missing a beginning fruit or an end fruit. Lilem Graptang. So there was lime, lemon, grape and tangerine? Did it start with an O? Orlem Graptang. I'm not sure. That's just a fruit drink though. That wasn't a see, you still have a Woolworths. We used to have a company called Woolworths in the UK, but they went bust. Fuck. 30 years ago maybe? 5 Alive, that was a separate thing, wasn't it? Or was the whole Lilem Graptang thing a marketing? That might have been a marketing. Or is 5 Alive, is that not just Johnny 5? 5 Alive. That sounds like Short Circuit. Input. Pretzel tube filled with cheese. What are you doing? Pretzel, that's just bread boiled in water, yeah? That's not how you make bread. Orange lemon grape, so it was an Orlem graptang. Hold on, I've missed one somewhere. Orange lemon, it was a 5 fruit thing, okay. So the Orlem graptang, I've missed lime somehow. Orlem graptang, I'm not sure what the expression was. And condensed milk. Grapples, the divine. Pretzel tubes filled with cheese. Pretzel tubes. I don't even like pretzels, to be honest. I find them boring. Yeah, they're just, what, like a sugar-coated breadstick. I don't, it doesn't work for me. Breadsticks in general. Unless I've got a really tangy, like a Mexican salsa. Even plain breadsticks don't work, but the I guess, are they German or Austrian by origin? So you take what would be a bread dough and you put it in a pan of water. Then you bake it afterwards. Oh look, there's a police going by again. I don't know how do you make them hard? You can't boil them and make them hard. How do you make them hard? That's not a sentence you want to be mumbling too often. Okay folks, we are a few minutes after the 5 hours. I don't even need to go after the 5 hours, do I? We were well after the 4 hour thing. Salsa is good and cheese sticks. No sugar, salt dry pretzel tube filled with cheese. Yeah. Okay, I need to go find food, says Gary. We've been talking about it so long. Quattro, pineapple, orange, passion fruit and grapefruit. Pineapple, that sounds like lilt. That sounds like one of those, what the fuck is that? That sounds like a tropical fruit drink like lilt. Oh, and it's these little green beetles that I used to get last year. I haven't seen them. That's the first time this year. Good night, everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Fabrizio, and I'm going to say the same in a minute. Gary says, love you, Mike. Farmer, everyone sleep well, I'm off. And Farmer says, good night. Anyone else want to say good night? There are a couple more lurkers out there. If you're within reach of the keyboard, you've got about 30 seconds to say good night before I try and leave you. I'm slobbering and spitting. Before I try and leave you in the manner to which you've become accustomed, she was laying down here with her head this side. She has managed to move 180 degrees that way somehow, somewhere. So maybe we can't. Ouch! Sore back. I got backache from sitting too long. Each time I got up for a pee or whatever, it was like a real relief to get up. But okay, folks, I'm gonna do the traditional ending. If you're here with me, if you're still here, let's turn on the flash. Hey, babe. I say hello. You're gonna say goodbye. Oh, look at that. She has pooed. I'll have to clean that up. Okay, folks. Hey, Tina. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Finger in front of the camera, reaching for the X. Good night, folks, and thank you for sticking with me, seeing me through from the week into the weekend. I am going to try and do one tomorrow afternoon. See you then. Good night.